Okay. I'm just getting ready to show the house at 2 p.m. today. So I'm going to be busy in the background, vacuuming a little and tidying up, polishing the house. I couldn't get the lights back on. I thought in the bathroom, which is not good. I don't think, because now they went off when I was like, and I thought I could fix them. I mean, there's nothing going on in there, but I'm sure they'll just have to call an electrician and do it. It might take a little bit off. As long as we can get something near the amount for the new place, um, oh, that should be good. So, but I'm going to go back to cleaning up, tidying up, and getting ready for the person that's seeing the house at 2 o'clock to come by. Um, these men need to be arrested right now because like another night of this just can't go on night and day. You do definitely need to check for other victims, and you need to check if people are calling in Carroll County, Arkansas area or anywhere else these men might be, but that they are in fact being absolutely terrorized by something, and for some reason they're not being arrested. This is what they're being terrorized by, and they're in my perp pile. They're being terrorized by something out of law enforcement, security, maintenance personnel, and corrections. Definitely check corrections. Check jail corrections in Carroll County, Arkansas. And they're being. I'm wondering how the Disembodied Voices app. What he's doing is he's running around, because they said enabling microphones on like a speech to text enabler. He's VChips talking. He's enabling the karaoke microphone on the television, and then he'll enable it on like other devices, which is what I said. And it's really creepy because it's inaudible and they messed with it a bunch. So he's also got some kind of device in your house, so you can't get away from it. And because it's inaudible, they can scream and shout on it. And what do you call it? Because it's inaudible, they can scream and shout on it, and it's just there, as opposed to. I mean, it's really really creepy. So, but the problem is that thing is an incredibly. They have some kind of sex app, or they've turned in progress like police grounding tech into a sexual assault device. Because you can actually generate like massage therapy, like TENS therapy and massage on the thing. So he's using in progress police tech to do all this. It sounds a bit far fetched. It unfortunately is happening, and you do need to catch it, and you need to get these men. For people who have been here for the entire show, it is definitely the same guys. And I'm going to have to get out of Las Vegas because apparently they have too much going on with the grounding. They just said they tried in Florida, and there just isn't such a device. They have them some places in the villages in Florida. They probably don't need them as much. Or if there is one, like all of a sudden if your pants start vibrating when you're down on the, like the main shopping area, as opposed to because it is some kind of, the grounding devices are actually they're by highways and roads, and I'm near busy roads. I think it might be a police grounder I think they use them on people, but sometimes he's attacking you with the car one, but I don't know. I assume that's just telling the car to. I don't know how the thing stalls cars, but it definitely does. It definitely has a car staller. So, somebody figure out how these monsters got in here, because they are absolutely ridiculous. How ridiculous are these dudes without 911 and proper requirement to investigate? And then how incredibly scary and dangerous are they? Pretty scary and dangerous. Okay, so there we go. Good then. Oh, definitely, that's the jurisdiction, and I've never very small stuff. Oh. No! Get these men into custody now! Get them off that thing. We're not sitting here for another night of this. Me and anybody else they're doing this to. Oops.
It is 2026, and Nevada is powering ahead with infrastructure transformation that will change the face of the desert state. Sin City continues to raise the bar with its newest entertainment venue, this time a 700-foot guitar towering above the skyline. A controversial new stadium is also set to rise on the Vegas Strip, but the developments don't stop here. Reno is stepping up to rival Vegas with a resort of its own, and the state's energy infrastructure is getting a revamp. The most important mega project of all is Nevada's push to create better water infrastructure and finally reduce the state's dependency on Lake Mead. So, what exactly are they building? Stay tuned as we bring you the construction update on the biggest mega project in Nevada in 2026, starting there. Walk past the construction walls on the Las Vegas Strip today, and you can see the steel skeleton of a guitar rising story by story into the Vegas sky. As of early 2026, 36 of the planned 42 floors of the Hard Rock Guitar Hotel Las Vegas are complete. Blue tinted glass panels are climbing the structure, floor by floor, giving the 660-foot tower the shimmer it will carry for decades. The old Mirage Tri-Tower behind it has been gutted entirely. In its place are new rooms, expanded corridors, and a casino floor nearly double the size of the one it replaces. By the time this opens in late 2027, there will be roughly 3,700 rooms on the site and a gaming floor stretching across 175,000 square feet. This is the largest active construction project on the Las Vegas Strip, and the total bill is expected to land close to $4.3 billion. But to understand what's being built here, you have to understand what's being replaced. The Mirage opened in 1989 is the most expensive casino ever built at the time, and it didn't just change Las Vegas, it invented the modern version of it. Before the Mirage, the strip was aging, faded, caught between its Rat Pack past and an uncertain future. That's when a $630 million mega resort gave the city a new life. It immediately became an iconic destination with a 54-foot artificial volcano that erupted every hour after dark. The volcano became one of the most recognizable landmarks in America. For 35 years, it became a reference point for the city and all the hustle it has to offer. But after a long reign, the Mirage is giving way to a different entertainment venue. The Mirage was sold to MGM Resorts and then to Seminole Tribe in late 2022 for over $1 billion. For the following 18 months, the hotel operated as is before finally closing on July 17, 2020. The volcano was demolished just a month later in August 2024. That's when construction on the guitar had officially begun. The question now is whether this guitar can carry a similar cultural weight to the Mirage. The success of similar projects in the last decade are reason for optimism. In October 2019, the Seminole Tribe of Florida opened the world's first guitar-shaped hotel at their Hard Rock property in Hollywood, Florida. It was a 450-foot, 36-story tower built to resemble a Gibson Les Paul, with 30,000 linear feet of programmable LED lighting wrapping the entire facade. Light cannons extend from the rooftop, projecting beams 20,000 feet into the South Florida sky, mimicking the neck of a guitar reaching upward. The Hollywood property became an immediate landmark, not just for the casino, but for the entire region. It hosts more than 95 events a year, draws visitors from across the country, and fundamentally changed what people thought a casino hotel could look like. The Las Vegas version will stand more than 210 feet taller, and its development is now visible from all corners of the Strip. Once completed, it will carry 6 illuminated light beams off the rooftop, functioning as guitar strings stretched across the sky. The blue glass exterior is being designed to shift in appearance depending on the light. At street level, the former volcano site becomes the tower's base, positioned directly on Las Vegas Boulevard where foot traffic is densest. The Venetian sits to the north, Treasure Island to the northwest, This location is arguably the most prominent real estate on the entire strip, and it's been sitting behind construction walls for over a year. The Hard Rock that opens here won't just be another hotel on the strip. The company operates over 300 venues across nearly 80 countries, but the Las Vegas Guitar Hotel is the flagship. It aims to match the history of the casino that defined an era on the most watched stretch of road in the entertainment world, and Hard Rock is already moving beyond it. Last month, the company announced an $850 million resort in San Juan, Puerto Rico. It will be positioned beside San Juan Bay with views of the Atlantic, with construction set to begin in mid-2026 and opening targeted for 2029. It will be the first integrated casino ever built in Puerto Rico, designed around the island's musical heritage with a recording studio, live event venues, and work from local artists woven throughout the property. Hard Rock is building an empire, city by city, and Las Vegas will be its crown. Just a short walk down the strip from the Guitar Hotel's construction site, another landmark from the past has made way for something just as ambitious. This time, not a casino, but a ballpark. The Tropicana opened in 1957. Frank Sinatra performed there. The Rat Pack made it a second home. For nearly 7 decades, it stood at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana Avenue as one of the last surviving links to the original Las Vegas, the city before the mega resorts, before the themed casinos, before the Strip became what it is today. In April 2024, it closed. In October, the 2 hotel towers were imploded, and by May 2025, construction crews were already drilling foundation piles into the cleared site. What's rising in its place is a $2 billion baseball stadium, which looks like nothing else in professional sports. The design comes from Danish architect Bjarke Ingels, whose firm Beehive has spent nearly a decade working with the Athletics on finding them a new home. The structure they've built for Las Vegas is nicknamed the Armadillo. 5 massive overlapping shells wrapped in square metal panels, each one shaped like a baseball pennant, curving and layering over the playing field like scales on an animal's back. The metal exterior shimmers in the desert sun during the day and catches the neon of the strip at night. Every angle of direct sunlight is blocked by the shells. Soft, indirect light filters through north-facing windows and washes the field below. Then there's the glass wall. Facing Las Vegas Boulevard, the entrance to the ballpark is a cable-knit glass facade, the largest of its kind in the world when complete, through which fans inside will have an unobstructed view of the strip, with the New York Hotel skyline sitting directly in the frame. It's a ballpark designed to make the city part of the game. Inside, the stadium has been configured to bring 33,000 fans closer to the action than any other MLB venue. The smallest foul territory in the league, the closest seats to home plate, and the stadium in Oakland is exactly what this stadium represents. But reaching this point was not easy. Since owner John Fisher took full control of the franchise in 2005, the Athletics have proposed 9 different stadium sites across the Bay Area. The last was Howard Terminal, a waterfront shipping port where the A's spent years securing $750 million in infrastructure grants before Fisher walked away from the deal entirely in 2024. Oakland sued, but the franchise left anyway, spending 2025 through at least 2027 playing at a minor league park in West Sacramento, while Las Vegas gets ready. When Fisher broke ground at the Tropicana site in June 2025, he declared, "We are Vegas team." However, not everyone was convinced, largely because of Fisher's track record of abandoning multiple locations, the Guardian read a piece calling it a debacle for the desert. It was criticism rooted in Fisher's ability to secure enough funding for the new team.
I took some of the locks off the door. Then I steamed the door. I steamed the scuffs off the wall yesterday. These things, you can buy them on Amazon. These actually work pretty well, and they generate a hum that they don't like. But you need a, what do you call it, like an amplifier for them. They're not very expensive. stuff behind doors. Yeah, except I don't usually get this in brain health, but this, I just get the Cunol. This stuff is really good for your metabolism. Alka-Seltzer. I endorse Alka-Seltzer. And got this. This works very well. It'll knock cravings almost completely out for cigarettes, and I can quit because I need to, like, I don't know what this has done to my system. Good Lord. Hopefully it'll be over. But the Cunol works really well. I endorse Alka-Seltzer. It's going to be a 2 Alka-Seltzer day. Okay, hopefully I'm going to survive this crime. Also, Clif Bars and Wheat Thins. Can't endorse Clif Bars and Wheat Thins. Basil tomato. So like, everybody likes Clif Bars and basil tomato Wheat Thins. And Walmart dip. Spinach dip. Baby crap dip. Walmart spinach dip. Cheese. Walmart cheese. I like the Walmart goat cheese. It was like the goat cheese logs that are too expensive. Those are good. It wasn't because they were like not too expensive. I mean, kind of. It's just, I need a bunch of those. Oh, this works on my germs on my system. I'm the one who's eating. Don't offer this. Before. That you see done. Got a bunch of lean cuisines. I bought them to eat this, like, eat light food, better food. But
I just like the lean cuisines. They're great. I really like those in the trap. They really like fill you up, and there's stuff from the GNC in them, like, and they're tasty. Lean cuisines are great as like a meal replacement that's slimming. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. The tea's fun too. Peach rooibos, great value herbal tea. It's pretty good. Need more teapots also. There's lots of different teapots. Fun. I've been drinking lots of tea since I got here. I mean, I drink tea anyway, but I think it's a little like the Bath and Body Works when you go to the semi-annual clearance sale. No, your coconut frosted snowball body spray lasts normally like 5 months. Around here, it's just like it evaporates. It's so weird. That's a way to put it. Well, I think I just noticed the same thing. I mean, I think you're evaporating. So and also there's like when you look it up, there's like a wet bulb temperature, and of course it cools down, but slightly room temperature is helpful also because it like balances. Because you're next to the Mojave Desert, which I didn't get to check out as much, but apparently it's interesting. And then it kind of isn't. But you drive to LA. I've been there with my family. My mother had to sell my grandfather and grandmother's other house in Arizona, so they had to drive back and forth to like through the Mojave Desert to Arizona to tow up a whole bunch. There's ants. Yeah. Lots of them. The ants will be back soon, now that it's warm. It was really funny, it's really funny that in the winter, they just disappear. I mean, you can leave your honey out in the cupboard. So it's not hard for the fridge. But in the summer, you cannot leave anything like with honey or sugar out because the ants come marching in. Why are these men, the SWAT team, not coming through the door with all this? Get them in custody now. Arkansas, get the schizophrenic neighbor pornographers that are sexually stalking me and apparently other people and their story, and probably are, most likely. Get them into custody now. Right now. Get all these men into custody. You have to arrest these men now. You disgusting white trash. No, you disgusting low-life white trash. Get these men into custody now. All of you. Would you get this man in custody already? Get these men into jail now and out of my house. Get these animals into custody now. You know what? Would you get Otis Toole out of the houses? Disgusting trash. No, you need to get Otis Toole out of the houses. These men owe me life in prison, all of them, for the stalking of myself alone. With everything else, you need to get these men in prison. You owe your victims a life in prison sentence. That's actually what it's called. Get these animals in prison for the rest of their lives where they belong. You disgusting white trash. You need to clean out the corruption. Every single one of the men responsible for this needs to be charged with every single thing done and said by Otis Toole over all these years and his friends. All of you. All of you. The entire government in Arkansas needs to be charged with everything done and said by Otis Toole over the years. Every single thing. Starting when it was reported to them for the first time. Every single person in the Arkansas government. To the degrees of who obstructed justice and all this. The whole thing has got to go in. You cannot have this as a legal system. There's no such thing as Otis Toole rapes the neighborhood as a legal system. Stalks and sexually assaults and abuses in the neighborhood or wherever they are, the country. There's no such thing as you harbor open Otis Toole pedophiles in the first degree, that you're as aware of as possible. You have to get these men into custody. You're fired. Whatever the infrastructure is in Arkansas is fired for this right now. And you have to get Otis Toole into custody. You can't harbor that thing, for heaven's sakes. You can't harbor kidnappers. My case is a straight case of kidnapping by these guys. It's just, this is kidnapping and schizophrenic home invaders. Just anonymous, apparently. Sex offending home invaders anonymous. He's sexually assaulting children day and night is the problem also at this point in his story. And you have to, if you'd arrested him right away for what they've done to me, none of this would have happened to any of their other victims, because it is going to have to turn out they're going to have a lot of victims, and they've been doing ungodly and unmentionable things. I mean, beyond ungodly and unmentionable. They've been, thank you, Otis Toole, who had what to say about it. He said he's been masturbating people. Okay, so he's been masturbating kids, he says, which means he has an in-progress police grounder that he's assaulting me with. You just can't lay fully down, which is probably, you got something like really sexually abused and assaulted, just violently bludgeoned by the thing. Since apparently the police have an in-progress grounder that grounds on people and vehicles that will stall a vehicle. I'm not sure if it's the same thing, stalling a vehicle, but unfortunately you can generate massage. You can generate like TENS therapy with the damn thing, and you can generate massage. So he's running around massaging on law enforcement in progress police app tech. You've been one hell of a monkey, just a low class criminal through the entire thing, a schizophrenic hoodlum. Like, so incredibly criminally. Well, that's me. I could be that guy. I'm a cool guy. You're a cool guy. Well, you sound like that there. All right. It's a schizophrenic, retarded man and his friends, all of them. All of this like logic for antisocial, they don't have very high IQs. Like antisocial predatory disorder or like psychopathy has a low IQ. Or something, really, yeah. They're unbelievable. I think they're inbreds. I think they're inbreds from the Ozarks also. I think there is actually a group that has a cultural accent for this stuff, but Jesus. It's a bunch of schizophrenic, retarded men. Polygamy, pedophilia, things like that. There's a group in that area that has there is a very strange group that might just be in anthropology out of a group that like a Warren Jeff group. Oops. That's the boss of that. You need to get the men that did all this, all of them. I need the Wake County Prosecutor's Office to resign. I need Tony Edo to resign. Everyone at the Wake County Police Department. I'm demanding their resignation. Sorry. And like right now, it is required as their victim. I am requiring the resignation and arrest for the highest felonies possible. All of them are conspiring to commit them or being the highest accomplice to them or conspiring to. Highest accomplice to conspiracy to commit them. They need to be charged as accomplice, highest accomplice, and accessory in the first degree, aggravated and heinous to every single crime as accomplice and accessory committed by these men at this point. And then you can figure out where at all other points. They have to resign. There is no way anyone in the Wake County Prosecutor's Office or Wake County law enforcement that was responsible for my kidnapping, my extraditions, my years long stalking that I reported, the obstruction of justice. If they had evidence supporting the fact that I was in fact a kidnapping victim and that this is in fact falsified evidence, the fact that they took active participating party in the offending is of highest concern. It also makes you the first degree accomplice and accessory to everything this man is doing, which is incredibly against the law. It also is obviously technically legally, the guy has to go in for psych eval. Get these men into custody now. All of them. Every single one of them. Get these men into custody now. You need to be charged with everything they've done. Every single one of you. Every one of you, and forced to resign. We need to fire 250 members of law enforcement and the courts each. Okay. In Arkansas and North Carolina, and that's the end of it. You're fired because you were, where is the sheriff's department? Otis Toole is sexually abusing children in the story. The problem is the son of a bitch will actually be sexually abusing children. Also, I can hear children screaming out of like the cubicle next to mine in the neighborhood pornography booth. I'm absolutely positive, I swear under oath, I've heard a child screaming multiple nights. Okay. Victims. Oh, he's not allowed to interact with his victims anymore. I'm not dude. It's apparently what Americans' legal system is doing. In Arkansas, letting these guys molest children while North Carolina runs around with it, and women, and stalking, and all the rest of it. You don't need to shout there. You don't need to talk there. You are off that thing. Why do we have this thing? It is universally, or it is widespread used as a rape device. I'm absolutely positive. I mean, if you're arguing the use of the tech you're on, unfortunately it is, and is in fact, I'm absolutely positive, and you need to go check, as it is something being widespread used as a rape device. Very badly, and actually has been for many years. Apparently police have had the device, and it has been used as a rape device for a long time.
Why aren't these men being arrested right now? Get them in custody right now, you filthy trash. Get him on the off that thing. It's not going to be a whole nother night of sexual assault. I'm running away and hide like fielding it off, fending it off. Yum, gluten-free bread, peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Sandwich.
Get these men off of me. You need to get these monsters into prison already. He's gonna spend all night sexually assaulting me and anybody else they have on that thing. We're trying to.
Everything is getting more expensive. I have to live. I want to share. A gallon of gas and a medicine you need. But the families will take you patience to be able to stay the same. Because of you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food. So we can focus on what we have out there. Thank you for your generosity. Because together, we can save more lives.
The best part, they're available everywhere. They're relatively inexpensive and they're incredibly versatile and cooked. Long red bell pepper preserves the full vitamin C content since heat degrades the soy gas. Add to the salad, heat them in plain, or blend them into the lunch. Whatever gets you eating more is the right choice. Number 16, broccoli, 50% less carbs. Protect for its overpowering fragrance, and it blew the wind right when you home. Hit that subscribe button because we post new videos every week, helping you make your home more beautiful and more connected to nature. And if you're new here, well, you're going to love this video. Let's get into it. Here are 20 indoor plants that are better than any air freshener ever made. Right from the present to absolutely incredible. Plant 1, Jack, the night queen rose. Let's start with Jack. And let's be honest, if there was a hall of fame for fragrance plants, Jasmine would be in the first row, first chair, probably wearing a crown. Jasmine polyamorous is a pink apple, producing hundreds of tiny pink and white star shaped flowers on the devastating function, and the fragrance is genuinely wonderful. One, floral, with a slightly exotic richness that's impossible to take on. Perfume houses have spent centuries of and let others do so. The real thing is better, but here's what most people don't know. Jasmine doesn't just smell good. The fragrance is documented protection on the nervous. Studies from Bloor University and Open University found that jasmine fragrance modulates the algorithm, the same receptor targeted by anti-anxiety medication, producing measurable calming effects. The scent literally changes your brain chemistry. Traditional use in India, Persia, and China treat jasmine as medicine for anxiety, insomnia, and stress for thousands of years. They didn't have the neurochemistry, they just knew. Jasmine did, people studied that and felt calm. Here's how to grow it. Right into red. It's cool room temperature and something to talk. Give it small trouble or let it cascade from a hanging back. In length and strength, it will absolutely work. Sometimes covering itself in hundreds of green flowers. The fragrance is strong, which makes jasmine perfect for living. One place in the corner is set in the entire room. Jasmine got forgotten as a home fragrance because plug-in air fresheners became cheap and convenient, but those synthetic versions are releasing oil and volatile organic compounds into your air. Jasmine is releasing compounds that reduce your anxiety. Think of it as the air freshener that's also quietly doing air. Every plant too, gardenia, the southern brush. If jasmine is a quiet element, gardenia is the bold shade. Gardenia jasmine, it hates jasmine, and is considered one of the most beautiful smelling plants on earth. In the American South, wearing a gardenia hotels pay consumer prices on gardenia. Coco Chanel will work in Texas throughout her apartment year-round. The fragrance is rich, creamy, heady, with notes of vanilla and sweetness. It doesn't whisper, it fills the room with confusion and announces itself. Modern research has found that we believe one of the key aromatic compounds in gardenia has a measure of repetitive and anti-anxiety. It's the same compound as environment, and it works through similar neurological pathways. Gardenia's fragrance isn't just pleasant, it's pharmacologically active. Here's the honest truth about the
Oh, I'm here. Be right there.
Consistent moisture and acidic soil. They will punish you if you neglect them with yellowing leaves and butter. So when you get it right, when a gardenia blooms in January, every bit of effort. Use a tight tray.
Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
Good.
My name's Anthony.
It's nice to meet you.
Likewise, likewise.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Okay. Yes, yes, my father.
Right. Of course, right.
Yes.
My little guy, or I have all right this.
Sure, come on in if you want to look around the outside.
It's up to you.
Just finishing cleaning up a little.
Okay. Okay. So what I usually like to do is take pictures from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Sure,
Yeah. Should I? Okay.
that's fine.
Just curious, is there anything wrong with the Baker ticket items on this home?
No,
No. Everything
No.
good? These won't be for public use.
what will we, oh, pictures, will? Okay,
Yeah, they won't be.
sure.
Yeah, I'm curious, how y'all separated? They're in Florida, you're here?
And we were relocating when my parents retired from North Carolina.
Okay.
My grandfather actually left us this property.
Uh-huh.
And, he was actually quite elderly. And my mother would often come out here and stay for like a month or two,
Oh,
3 months, or she'd stay for like 2 months.
Okay.
But she'd come and stay, and they have a great time in Vegas. And
Right.
my dad came out and helped when he moved him into a home in Florida, and then he passed away not long afterwards. And then I was relocating also at the same time my parents were retiring to Florida. So I was down there with them, and then when grandfather moved to the home in Florida, he passed away there. So I decided to move out and check out the property. And I've been here for I have a political science degree from NC State, and I do a lot of remote paralegal work because that's what a paralegal certification. And but I've been having a great time here.
Okay.
And but it's time to get a more permanent residence.
Sure.
So we've been looking around for those in Florida,
Okay.
and
How's your family?
now we're interested in selling the property.
Right on, right on.
The only we did some repairs, but because he was so elderly, the only thing recently I was we were thinking about changing out fire alarms.
Sure.
And I accidentally cut a wire on a fire alarm in the hallway or
Does
the
it make it
bedroom. No, but ever since I did that,
Can we close the door, by the way?
yes, that's fine. Ever since I did that, I have the lights in the bathroom are not working. So, and I don't know exactly what happened, but I haven't had a chance to pull them.
Sure.
They work just fine. With that, would be directly correlated to the change, something like that, fire alarm. So I cut a wire, so I don't know what to do, so I definitely stop and we get like something in. So, we were paying sign as it is. There's a lot of. Now, there's a brand new air conditioning. Yeah, that's the one there. Those pop off like really, there's just a little bit of on. They exist in the vacation property. And, well, there's like some aesthetic surface stuff that I think with like some spackle and some paint would be fine. It's stood up, like, I mean, it's been fine living in it for a while now, but.
Okay.
And, we replaced the air conditioning. The air conditioning is brand new.
Perfect.
Brand new. Yes, it's brand new. And, we kept up with it. We had to come out with events and bought the warranty on it.
Sure.
So, that's very nice.
So there's no like leaks that I should be aware of on the roof or anything?
This right here, we don't, slightly, this leaks whenever it rains. So that's the only other thing that probably would need repairs.
So the roof does need some. Okay.
The roof right here does.
Sure.
So, but otherwise, my grandfather lived in it after my grandmother passed away, and they were selling it to be close to like VA.
Right.
Down from, there's also that house in Tomahawk, Arizona.
Okay.
And,
Are they gonna sell that home too, or?
no, they already sold that one.
Oh, they sold that one. Okay. Right on. All right.
But it's actually kind of cozy up here, and,
Yeah.
the neighborhood, it's okay, it's perfectly fine, we use this one as a vacation rental, and I've been here for 18 months alone, and, back and forth to Lily,
Sure.
and, Florida, and we've had no problems, people are very, very nice. We actually, which actually has a nice backyard, if you will. I was thinking about putting in town for a season fence up, so I think that would really give us a big space at diversity. This area, unfortunately, we're not on the road, but the area around here is very nice. It's like confusing, the buses are really nice, accessible, very smart, and then, the roads, that's the all the way up, Simmons and Hannaford, and right out there, and then you're like, the house here, the charger, the wall, it's easy to walk up, but it takes us another like 3 miles to walk back, it's like 1.8 miles, Yeah, that's what I think it was kind of ago. We ended up in a newspaper. It's actually quite nice. I think you'll pick up the Riverville and the neighborhood is actually, with the area is actually so.
Yeah, I saw pictures online, looking forward to walking through some more, and, yeah, I'm gonna take pictures if you don't mind of every room.
Sure, go right ahead. Go right ahead. It's got some dings in the wall. The walls are so soft here anyway. So I'm sure you guys have like filled in spackle holes before, but other than that, it's pretty solid. I've been in there for like 2 years with all sorts of stuff.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. It looks better with the door open because of the sunlight.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave it open for now, if you don't mind. Alright. Perfect. Have you ever thought about opening this up?
Opening what up?
This wall here?
No. We wouldn't really know where to start. I mean, because we don't have like a construction company.
Sure, no worries. Perfect.
It's pretty cozy for like an apartment. My grandfather was friends with people nearby too. They're very nice.
These leaks here. You said every time it rains,
Not every time, but sometimes when it rains, it does.
when it rains heavy?
Yeah.
I see it goes all the way across, huh? Yeah, the crack.
Like,
Any structural issues that you might be aware of?
not that I know of, no.
No.
Outside of this one, my dad always brings this up, where we were talking about getting it fixed, but we decided to sell it instead. So, except for when the roof leaks there, whenever it rains. It just leaks when it rains.
It's when it rains, okay. No biggie, nothing major?
Yeah.
What I see?
My dad always talks about that also.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
He's like, when are you gonna get it fixed? All right. You want me to-
Exactly, that's correct.
You want me, walk through the bedroom?
No, go right ahead. I think it's okay, like as a apartment or anything you could for.
Yeah.
We were talking about renovations and everything, we're actually. No, this is another bedroom.
Is that a Jack and Jill? Well, no, actually, this is just, okay.
It's part of that, or it's not ready if it was new. This one is not. Yeah, you can send them from it, that's fine. I think actually this is a little like. No, that's the one. with the, fire alarms. We're gonna replace them with new fire alarms. And I got the wire, and that's just, this little block is kind of over, everything else around here is like, houses are expensive, they're affordable, that's all it was.
Yeah, no, sure. You guys see the garage?
Sure, go right ahead, so the neighborhood is nice.
Right, that's.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what happened, it did, I swear, under like contract or something. It happened when I cut the wire to change out the old fire alarms that don't work at all.
Should
I
I-
was messing with the old fire
Would
alarm.
you leave the door open, or how do you wanna get to the backyard?
Like this, it's fine.
Okay, cool.
So, other than that, I know nothing about it, but I think it must have something to do with that. But I cut the wires in another room, just as a nonsense.
Sure.
I need to call the electrician and see if he knew that fee. Yeah, it's kind of landscape at the moment, but it's.
Yep.
Take that from me, anyway. Pile of it in the garage.
You love Vegas? So. Yeah? Are you gonna miss it? Perfect. That's good for me over here. I'm sure they told you it was gonna be quick, 15 to 30 minutes if that. I just need to take a few pictures in the front of the electrical box and I am through. And out your hair. I like that rug. Is that a rug?
The tapestries,
Yeah, I like that.
they just came from Amazon. I really like them too. Like, I would definitely recommend them. They're very well priced.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, they're very well priced. I like this one. I think, oh, well, it's like a Toshio. We lived there when I was a kid shopping with my father.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but I mean, they're really well priced and they came and they're actually nice quality.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Japan. Or yeah, it's a Jackson Brand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's really neat. I would definitely recommend that.
Yeah, I want to definitely go back. So I just got to look at the front, try to get the picture of the roof.
Sure.
Inside, that's pretty much it for me. I mean, I don't really want to go. Go back.
Yes? Okay, great.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for showing me your home.
Thank you. Debbie. It's a pretty day outside. Gosh. It's not too hot at all. If you want to go to the park or something, you might. Fragrant orchids.
That's true of Eleanor's, the standard supermarket. Orchid packing is
Just that color.
and many species are colorfully fragrant. Drosophila nodosa, many of them are pieces of fragrance during the day. There's the sun goes down, this orchid begins releasing fragrance so sweet, so intensely formed and melodious that people have rearranged furniture, changed the scene, and moved their beds even nearer the window. The fragrance is produced to attract the night flying. The plants inhabit pollen in Central American habitat. It evolved to produce exactly the kind of scent that fills the garden across the globe and demands attention. It is biological engineering in the service of beauty. Other fragrant orchid species worth growing indoors include Epidendrum, which smells of honey and clove, Lycaste, which releases a cinnamon fragrance in the morning, and Zygopetalum, which produces a powerful jasmine noise. Traditional Mesoamerican culture reveres orchids not just for their beauty, but for their fragrance, considering plants that scent of the night as particularly powerful and spiritually significant. Growing fragrant orchids requires more than the standard element, being the appropriate marking, right, indirect, good airflow, and careful water. But they reward that attention with something genuinely extraordinary. It's the plant that makes you realize how much it means. Plant new tea, Arabian jasmine, the tea flower. Is standard jasmine Arabian jasmine, jasmine of summer, Arabian jasmine. Is the jasmine and wild plant, and is a natural flower of the forest. It has a tea small, fragrant plant that are arguably even more powerful than the common jasmine. The fragrance is dense, rich, and more complex.
That's nice.
Sounds good. The rate is down, and out of water for humidity. The break is considered safe. And most rituals are set across the entire a radius jet for warmth and humidity. It thrives or very bright and irregular. Consistent moisture and good rain in the right condition. It moves out of the ordinary spray you can harvest the flowers try or do a tea layers over loose wheat tea to create your own jasmine. It's the plant that's been the center of ceremony celebration for 1,000 years. Wait and sustain your plant 16 Chinese evergreen, the low light evergreen. Chinese evergreen earns its place specifically the cancer and it tolerates the low light for most fragrance plants. Here's why this matters for a fragrance home. They don't enjoy air from quality. There's no fragrance fully.
Let's talk.
When the underlying air is labeled on gas from furniture and plumbing, the best person in the world is Mexican palm. Chinese evergreen removes those palms, giving the other fragrance plants on this list a clean canvas to work on. This Chinese evergreen and all corn and low light green as a foundational air quality layer. Let the fragrance plant do the space already. Chinese evergreen also comes in extraordinary grades of rock. Deep green, silver streak, red edge, pink one. The collection of agave and different varieties creates a lovely tropical atmosphere that contributes to the overall sensory experience of a well. It's the plant that makes all your other plants work better. The unsung hero of a fragrant health.
Pepsi Flavor Cola. Great Pepsi taste. Try it now. I always wanted more. I went back to school at 33. And now my skills much younger. At the Public University, we know we have solutions. What can we do? New Reckitt acidic growth system, break less. See the fullness of 5,000 more hair fibers. Reckitt's advanced pH science formula. Instantly thicker, fuller looking hair. Your hair to its fullest power.
Dedicated dealers, bringing a premium quality products to homes and businesses across North America. Pentagon dealers are proud to offer customized solutions we manufacture, including rolling shutters, retractable screens, secure
Okay.
and other filter solutions. Pentagon's superior dealer support is unmatched in the industry, giving dealers the
Call my dad, I talk to him about it.
to succeed.
At Pentagon, we work with you. We want to make you successful as a value dealer. You'll be supported by a dealer development team, a customer service team, and a technical support team. When you win, we win.
Pentagon has a world-class engineering team committed to product development, so you can always be confident that you're providing your clients with premium quality products. Additionally, you can rest assured that every Pentagon product has been tested 3 times and has a 65-point two-day quality very serious standards.
We truly have the widest range of products available on the market, with 4 different product lines and over 9 different purpose line series options. We truly are a source for closer solution.
Join us in improving and protecting the lives and livelihoods of your customers by becoming a Pentagon dealer today. Experience the benefits of how dealers have come to love, and if you're a member of our thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Let's keep moving together. Plant 17, oregano, the humidity maker. Here's something most people never think about. Dry air doesn't feel it. Dry air allergies and airborne chemicals more effective. And dry air makes fragrance better. Feel sharper and less pleasant. This is fluorescent. The areca palm is nature's humidifier. A mature areca palm can transpire up to a liter of water vapor per day into the surrounding air through its leaves. This naturally raises humidity in the surrounding space, creating exactly the kind of moist, tropical air in which fragrances bloom and bloom. Traditional South Asian households understood this intuitively. Palms were grown throughout homes and courtyards, not just for beauty, but for the quality of the environment which you use. The combination of increased humidity, air movement through the palm, and the actual air purification process in the palm created a living space that simply felt more alive. NASA's Clean Air Study ranks oregano as one of the most effective plants for removing formaldehyde, xylene, and pollutants from indoor air. Combined with its humidification, a mature oregano palm is doing more for the indoor air quality than most mechanical air purifiers can under the palm. Oregano palms grow tall, ranging 5 to 7 feet in altitude, creating a genuine comfort, thin, bright, indirect light and consistent light. They'll tell you they need water, slightly foul in their palm. Think of oregano palm as a superficial plant, the one that creates the conditions in which every other plant and fragrance on this list presents that you feel the difference before you can even name it. Plant 18, Boston Fern, the ancient air source. Boston Fern becomes the oldest plant family on Earth. Ferns have been around for 360 million years. They existed before flowers existed, before trees existed. They are among the most ancient living plants. Necrolepis echolata, the Boston Fern, contributes between earthy forest freshness to indoor air that is immediately recognizable. It's the smell of forest floor after rain, the smell of genuinely wild, living air. It's what clean is supposed to smell like before synthetic fragrance industries convinced us that clean smells like chemicals. NASA's study ranked Boston Fern 6th effective and they found for removing formaldehyde. It also removes xylene and pollutants and combines with transpiration, producing moisture and releasing pollen that's actively freshening air. A healthy Boston Fern is a living air element. Traditional use in North American indigenous cultures and tropical communities treated ferns as a purifying plant, used in steam treatment in spaces where kids would be in environments where clean air was important. Boston Fern needs humidity, indirect light, and consistent moisture. It punishes dry indoor heat by turning brown tips, a clear signal that the air is too dry. A concentrated water or bath replacement break a steam shower solves this issue. The experience of a large Boston Fern is this. The air just smells rich, greener, cleaner, more alive. You feel it before you intellectually register another plant doing something. Plant 19, eucalyptus, the breathing space. We are at number 19, and we need to talk about eucalyptus because this is the plant that physically changes how you breathe. Eucalyptus scenario is silver dollar eucalyptus.
Hi Dad, it's me, Lauren. I just showed the house, everything went well. I cleaned everything up, cleaned the house like I did yesterday, today, or just cleaning. So I think it looked nice, he came in and looked at it, and, see what he said. It's the same place, almost as much. I'm not sure, I think we're in Las Vegas. Otherwise, it's probably like 175,000 more. I mean, I didn't say this, but it's just crazy to myself. House and apartment. But those condos are so low price for something brand new. And that's definitely the down payment is on this place. So that's a good thing. But I'll talk to you soon. I'm just waiting to pick up. Go home to chat. Okay.
Bye.
It grows with, it can be pruned to keep it there. Those pruned branches last week in the hay, continue to reduce their compound throughout the home. Hanging a bundle of fresh eucalyptus in your shelf is one of the simplest, most effective things you can do for your daily life. The steam activates the volatile compounds, releasing them directly into the air to breathe with temperature. Plants cleansing, paper white narcissus, the winter miracle. We've arrived at number 20, the plant I saved for life. The one that represents everything on this list of building. Narcissus pachyraceus, the paper white narcissus, blooms in winter when every other flowering plant is dormant, when the days are at their shortest and darkest, when homes are sealed against cold and the air inside has gone stale and flat. Paper whites bloom. They fill rooms with a fragrance so powerful, so intensely sweet and heady and alive that people throughout history have considered their winter bloom genuinely miraculous. And here's the history I promise. Ancient Egyptians placed paper white narcissus in burial preparation, specifically for their fragrance, which was considered powerful enough to accompany the dead into the afterlife. They appear in tomb art and garlands from 3,000-year-old sites. The Greeks associated narcissus with the underworld and with rebirth. The Romans forced bulbs to bloom in winter, specifically to bring fragrance and light into dark spaces. For thousands of years, the act of forcing narcissus to bloom indoors in winter was understood as an act of resistance against darkness, a deliberate choice to bring living fragrance into the darkest time of the year. Growing paper whites is almost insultingly easy. You place the bulbs in a shallow bowl with pebbles and water, put them in a bright spot, and wait 3 to 4 weeks. That's it. No soil required, no special care, just water and light and patience. Within weeks, tall stems emerge. Clusters of white star-shaped flowers open, and the fragrance begins. It is extraordinary, rich, and sweet, with a slightly exotic, almost narcotic depth that fills rooms completely. Some people find it almost overwhelming. Everyone finds it unforgettable. Paper whites are the original winter air freshener, and they've been doing it for 3,000 years. So there you have it. 20 plants that are doing something no air freshener has ever done. And it's chemically incapable of doing. They're cleaning the air at the molecular level. They're releasing compounds that lower your anxiety and help you sleep. They're producing humidity that makes your entire home feel more alive. They're fighting airborne mold. They're opening your airway. And yet, they smell incredible while doing all. The difference between a home with these plants and a home with a plug-in air freshener isn't just a difference in quality of scent. It's a difference in the quality of the air itself, the quality of the space, the quality of how you feel. If this video opened your eyes to what plants can do for your home, smash that like button. It genuinely helps other people find this information. Drop a comment and tell me which plant you're most excited to try. I read it every single one. And subscribe to Homestead Roots if you haven't already. Ring the notification bell, because every week we're sharing knowledge that helps you build a home that's healthier, more beautiful, and more connected to the natural world that's been waiting for you to remember it exists. The plants are ready when you are.
Always remember, inner strength isn't found in just cheese veggies. And that's what you find out. For yourself.
Almost the entire family was drunk.
What about the daughter?
She was one of the victims.
She might have seen something.
You know how many cartels operate in South Florida? And you didn't do a thing.
Why?
12 men killed my family. And I said, all of them.
Someone needs to find her. The wrong people could be looking for her. Be an example for their living
So much for this kind of training for these 2 minutes for one girl.
I'm not just saying, bro.
You will pay away for kids match.
Everything has a price. Where are you going?
Okay.
What if I told you that some of the most gorgeous, lush, dramatic houseplants you could possibly grow don't need a single ray of direct sunlight? Plants that will thrive in that dark corner of your living room, the dim bathroom with one tiny window, the office with no windows at all. Most people don't know this, but while we're all killing our plants by giving them too much sun or stressing about finding the perfect bright window, there are plants out there, plants backed by actual science, that actively prefer the shade. Plants that are genuinely easier to grow in low light. And today, I'm going to show you 20 of them that will completely change the way you think about indoor gardening. Stick around, because number 19 on this list is called nearly indestructible for a reason. It survived in mines and bomb shelters. And number 20 is the most low light tolerant plant on earth, sitting in the corner of your room with its glossy leaves looking perfect, basically daring to try to kill it. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, because we post new videos every week that will save you money and help you grow beautiful plants no matter how dark your home happens to be. So let's get into it. Here are 20 indoor plants that thrive without sunlight, ranked from impressive to absolutely legendary. Number 1, Gasteria, the succulent that forgot it needed sun. Let's start with a surprise. When people think succulents, they think desert, they think blinding sun, they think windowsills, bathed in light for hours a day. Gasteria throws all of that out the window. This compact little succulent produces thick, tongue-shaped leaves, sometimes spotted, sometimes banded, sometimes deep green, or mottled with white. It looks like it belongs in the Sahara, but unlike its aloe and agave cousins, Gasteria evolved in the shaded ravines and rocky outcroppings of South Africa, growing under larger plants and cliff overhangs. It literally evolved for shade. Here's why that matters for you. Most succulents will stretch, pale, and collapse without intense light. Gasteria just keeps going. It holds its shape, maintains its color, and keeps producing new leaves, even in indirect or low light conditions that would send other succulents into a slow decline. It's a perfect starter plant for anyone who's given up on succulents because they couldn't give them enough sun. Water sparingly, once every 2 to 3 weeks. Let the soil dry between waterings, and keep it out of direct sun, which can actually scorch its leaves. That's it. Think of it as the gateway plant that proves not all succulents need sun, and opens your eyes to what else is possible in those dim corners of your home. Number 2, grape ivy, the overlooked vine for dim spots. Grape ivy doesn't get the attention it deserves. While everyone's fighting for window space for their golden pothos, this easy care vine with its distinctive lobed leaves is sitting in the back of the garden center, waiting patiently to be discovered. Cissus rhombifolia grows naturally on forest floors and along the edges of shaded jungle canopies. Its leaves are shaped a bit like grape leaves, hence the name, and it trails or climbs with a quiet elegance that makes it look far more expensive than it is. The leaves have a slight sheen that catches what little light is available in dim rooms, giving the whole plant a lush, alive quality. Here's what makes it special. Grape ivy is almost uniquely adapted to the kind of light conditions we actually have in most homes. Not bright and direct, not direct sun, just the ambient light of a normal room. It tolerates dry air, cool temperatures, occasional mist waterings, and dark corners with the kind of patience most plants can't manage. Give it something to trail down from a high shelf, or let it climb a small support. Water from the top inch of soil is dry. Fertilize occasionally in the spring and summer. That's your entire care routine with a plant that produces continuous, lush growth in conditions that would stress most other markets. Number 3, polka dot plant. Color in the dark. Most colorful foliage plants are sun chasers. The brighter the light, the more intense the color. That's the usual rule. Polka dot plant breaks it completely. Hypoestes philostacea produces leaves splashed with pink or purple against a green background. Some varieties look like someone flicked a paintbrush across them. Others have leaves so densely spotted, the base color almost disappears. It's genuinely one of the most visually dramatic foliage plants you can grow, and it does all of this in bright indirect to low light. The trick with polka dot plant is understanding that while it wants reasonable light, it absolutely cannot handle direct sun. Direct sun fades and burns those spectacular leaves, flattening all that beautiful contrast into a washed out disappointment. In filtered, indirect, or even barely low light, the colors stay vivid, and the leaves keep their painterly quality, keep the soil evenly moist, never soggy, never completely dry. Pinch back the growing tips regularly to keep the plant bushy rather than light. Provide a location with ambient light, even if it's relatively dim. In return, you get a constantly changing display of color that looks like it belongs in a botanical garden. Think of it as the plant that proves you don't need sunlight to have the most colorful corner of your home. Number 4, arrowhead vine, the shapeshifter that loves shade. Arrowhead vine is one of those rare plants that gets more interesting as it ages. Young plants have simple, arrow-shaped leaves, hence the name. But as the plant matures, those leaves transform. They develop globes, then deep cuts, then eventually a fully compound, multi-fingered form that looks like an entirely different species. Syngonium podophyllum does all of this in shade. It's native to the forest understory of Central and South America, growing in a kind of dappled, filtered light that reaches the jungle floor in your home, that translates to locations away from windows, sheltered corners, and rooms that depend more on ambient light than direct rays. The varieties are spectacular: green with silver overlay, pink flush, white variant, burgundy tint. There's a syngonium for every color scheme, and all of them share that essential quality. They thrive in indirect and low light conditions that many homes actually have. Keep the soil consistently moist without watering. Provide something to trail from if you want that cascading effect, or let it grow upright on a small support if you prefer a compact look. It's a genuinely adaptable plant, and the fact that it gets more beautiful over time makes it feel like a long-term relationship worth investment. Number 5, peperomia, the compact adapter. Peperomia is not one plant. It's a whole world. There are over 1,000 species in this genus, and they come in an almost impossible variety of leaf shapes, textures, and colors: round, heart-shaped, corrugated, striped, rippled, burgundy, silver, green, cream. If you find a leaf texture you love, there's almost certainly a peperomia that has it. What unites all of them is a tolerance for indoor life that borders on the remarkable. Peperomias evolved as understory plants across tropical and subtropical regions worldwide, which means they spent millions of years getting very good at making the most of low filtered light. They store water in their thick leaves, which is why they're forgiving of irregular water. They stay compact, which makes them ideal for small spaces, and they ask for almost nothing. Here's the practical reality: most peperomias will thrive in conditions of a normal interior room, away from windows, in ambient light, in spaces where you've been told nothing will grow. They don't need to be coddled. They don't need bright windows. They don't need humidity, special soil, or any particular routine beyond basic awareness. If you're new to plants, or if you've lost confidence after a string of failures, start here. Peperomia will rebuild your trust in your ability to keep plants alive. Number 6, Calathea, living art that prefers the shade. If there's one plant that makes people stop mid-conversation and say, wait, is that real? It's Calathea. These plants produce leaves with patterns so intricate, so precisely rendered: stripes, chevrons, feathery, watercolor washes of pink and purple, that they look like they were painted by hand, and they actively prefer to live away from direct light. Calathea species rainforest forests of South America, where the canopy above filters out virtually all direct sun. They evolved to thrive in dim, humid conditions, and those preferences translate directly to indoor life. Put a calathea in direct sunlight, and you'll watch those gorgeous patterns fade. Keep it in a shaded room, and those patterns intensify. The colors become more vivid. The contrast sharper. They do appreciate humidity, which makes them perfect for bathrooms with limited natural light. They also practice that beautiful leaf movement, folding up their wings, focusing on the wall, creating a sense of life and personality that most plants lack. The care does require some attention. Keep the soil evenly moist. Use filtered water if possible to prevent leaf tip ground and maintain humidity above 50% if you can. In return, you get what amounts to living artwork in a frame of green, constantly present, perpetually stunning. Number 7, bird's nest fern, the lush centerpiece for gardeners. Ferns and low light have a natural relationship. Think about where ferns grow in nature. Dense forests, canyon walls, the sheltered banks of streams where direct sun never reaches. Bird's nest fern takes that natural preference and turns it into one of the most structurally impressive houseplants you can own. Asplenium nidus produces long, wide, wavy-edged fronds that emerge from a central rosette. That's the bird's nest in the name. Mature plants can produce fronds up to 3 feet long, creating a fountain of deep green that fills a corner with presence and weight. This is not a delicate, wispy plant. It's substantial, architectural, something you notice when you walk into a room, and it thrives in low light. In fact, direct sun is one of the few things that will actually damage it, creating pale, scorched patches on those otherwise flawless fronds. Keep it in a dim bathroom, a shaded hallway, or any room where you struggle to find plants that work. Water by pouring water around the base rather than into the central rosette where new fronds emerge. That can cause rot. Maintain consistent moisture. Appreciate the fact that you're growing something this dramatic in conditions that most plants would refuse to work with. Number 8, prayer plant. The shade lover that moves prayer plant made our water culture list. And now it makes this one too. There's a reason this plant shows up everywhere. It genuinely works in almost any condition a home can throw at it. And it does something almost no other plant does. Every night, the leaves of Maranta leuconura fold upward, slowly, gently, like hands coming together in prayer. Every morning, they open again. It's a behavior called nyctinicity, triggered by changes in light and in low light environments. Where the light shifts are more subtle, this movement becomes almost meditative. You find yourself watching, noticing, checking in with it. The leaves themselves are spectacular. Red veins tracing intricate patterns on green background. Herringbone markings, deep purple undersides that flash when a leaf catches what little light there is. Prayer plant earns its keep in a dim room on both visual and behavioral ground. It does prefer consistent moisture and appreciates higher humidity. Another reason it's perfect for green bathrooms. Keep it away from direct sun, which fades those beautiful markings. In return, you get a plant that seems genuinely alive in a way that most houseplants just don't quite manage. Number 9, cast iron plant. The indestructible shadow glove. The name says everything. Cast iron. This plant was not given that name as a compliment. It was given that name because generations of gardeners discovered, through trial and error, that it was essentially impossible to kill. Aspidistra elacia produces long, dark green, strap-like leaves on an upright plant that can reach 2 to 3 feet tall. It looks formal, a bit Victorian, perfectly suited to the kind of dim, elegant interior it became famous in. And it survived, genuinely survived, conditions that would kill almost any other plant. Low light, very low light, irregular water, temperature fluctuation, dust, neglect. Cast iron plants outlast all. Botanical gardens have used it for over a century in their most challenging indoor spaces. Dim corridors, exhibition halls, basement displays, because it simply doesn't fail. Research consistently confirms that Aspidistra has one of the highest tolerances for deep shade of any ornamental foliage plant. The care approach is almost comically simple. Water when the soil is dry. Fertilize once or twice a year. Dust the leaves occasionally to keep them looking their best. Keep it away from direct sun, which is one of the only things actually damage it. Think of it as the plant you put in the darkest corner of your home, and then essentially forget about it. It will be there when you remember it, looking exactly as it did when you left it, unbothered.
Let's be honest.
How much is this going to taste?
That's why we made Bear Dynasty the number one rated consumer bank with the lowest price guarantee. Go with Bear. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
These boots aren't made to sit on a shelf. They're made to be worn. Seasoned by the seasons themselves. The best way to wear them is to just keep wearing them.
You take on espresso, drink it, add cheese filling, you get rich bits. But add fudge, and you get rich sizzled mints. You put the taste of Ritz crackers into a crunchy chip, you get rich toasted chips. You had me at Ritz.
Nursing school isn't an easy decision. You have commitments, people who depend on you to succeed. Which is why at Galen College of Nursing, we provide the resources and support you need to help you graduate and feel confident to begin your career. So while the decision may not be easy, your choice of nursing school should be. With Galen's now approach to nursing education, you'll gain the knowledge and skills you need for a career that makes a real difference.
Number 10, Chinese Evergreen, the colorful dim room artist. Chinese evergreens keep appearing on these lists because they deserve to. These plants produce leaves painted with silver, pink, red, cream, and green in patterns that look like marbled paper or stained glass, and they produce them in conditions that most colorful plants would refuse to work with. Aglaonema species have been popular houseplants since Victorian times, originally prized for exactly the quality we're celebrating here, the ability to bring
Yeah, now it's clean in here.
shaded interiors of homes where real sunlight.
I love that steam cleaner.
And the most important thing to understand is the relationship between variety and light. The
It
green
makes the floor so clean, and then I don't wear shoes in the house.
solid green
So,
and silver varieties will
much?
thrive in very low
Some
light.
powder since I seen mopping the
Red
floor.
and yellow need somewhat more light to maintain their color. But even the most colorful varieties need far less light than
Just
most.
kind of pushing it around. It's pretty easy too.
Never direct sun. Now people always.
But it makes the floor, like, totally safe to hang out on.
So I've linked the ones I personally.
Makes the floor, like,
tracked down
kid
in the
safe.
description below. Some of these took me a while to source. So hopefully this saves you the headache. Not everything on this list is easy to find at your local garden center. Number 11, Dumb cane.
So what is gonna happen with this?
In the shade. Dumb cane earns its place on this list. With
I think we go take pictures of the star
These
nursery.
plants produce large, broadly oval leaves.
So I want to,
marked with white
and walk around. I don't have any reason to buy a plant now. I just have to carry it home, but otherwise I was like, it's right across the street. I recommend the star nursery.
These are not small plants. Given time, even Bacchia can be
Because,
5 or 6 feet tall.
Even though my phone line is apparently professionally
With a
cut.
spectacular pattern
How weird is that?
that gives an almost palm-like
It's pretty
silhouette.
weird.
And they
It's
do
pretty
all this
weird.
in low to
It's
moderate
pretty
humidity.
scary.
They're native
Indeed.
to tropical forest floors in Central and South America, which means low light conditions are their natural home. In typical indoor light, a room with windows.
It's like a mirror. You can see how I look in it. That's what mirrors do too. That's probably why I'm doing that with
The
it.
leaves maintain their patterns. The
Um,
plant keeps growing. New leaves.
yeah, it's, buying a plant is a nice spring time thing to
The
do.
plant sap
They have
is
great
inert.
plants. It's really nice over there. I recommend it.
They
The,
might chew on the leaves. Water from the top edge of soil.
the prices are good too. I'm not sure how many nurseries they have around the city. That's a good one.
As what starts as a modest plant grows over months and years. into something
I should have more
genuinely
plants.
monumental.
Um,
Number 12, English ivy, old oak, trail beauty and low light. English ivy brings the quality to indoor spaces that
I
stars
should-
name precisely.
should have more succulents.
The trail extends
Yeah.
with their distinctive low leaves, cascading down from a high shelf or draping over.
They have great succulents.
Create a sense of life. and
I spent all my succulent money on cigarettes.
And ivy genuinely thrives in low light conditions. The Derek helix grows wild across Europe in dense forests under.
They're really cheap though. I should have
Scrambling
bought them.
over shaded ground.
I should have.
climb the north facing side.
Had something to do with the budget, because I love succulents really, and everywhere in like a little trough.
That's not an adaptation. That's a preferred habitat. Indoors, this means I.
Probably should admit to that.
I
I agree, it's sad. And a little desperate. Maybe unsafe. You're actually like talking to police or something.
But the plant stays healthy. The leaves maintain their deep.
Maybe there's a difference, I'm
The
not
trailer
sure.
effect actually intensifies as stems lengthen.
People tell you to not do anything dangerous. That's a lot of people. People judge you for doing dangerous things. And then being poor. Especially if you're like, for the most part, not too harshly, unless you're, but I mean, it's there. Yeah. Especially if you do something embarrassing. As long as you aren't doing anything like criminal or offensive to them,
Wax plant.
or dangerous.
Rewarded with extraordinary bloom. Toilet is a plant that asks you to be patient. For weeks, months, sometimes longer, it trails its waxy, deep green leaves quietly through whatever low to indirect light it's been given. It makes no dramatic gestures. It doesn't transform.
I suppose. I woke up this morning and there were like these weird, crazy bags.
And then, unlike almost anything else.
That's funny. Not even slightly. Really? Yeah, poor me.
Each bloom is so precise, it looks like it was manufactured. Many varieties are intensely fragrant, sweet.
I need these guys not doing this anymore, to say the least.
The porcelain sheen that makes them look artificial.
I had to spend all my money on like Dropbox sites
You
and
understand why growers become obsessed with this gene. The low light tolerance is genuine. Toys prefer indirect light.
Oh,
And
what?
actively dislike
Wix.
direct sun.
I need to figure out unless it's months of learning Wix, but it's working. It's kept it up on the internet for like people to recommend people to it. And the website's there.
The key is never moving the plant once it's set above. Moving disrupts the bloom.
I didn't give my address. I'm surprised nobody came to Wellington Ridge Blue, because that address has been up a while.
Giving the plant a buffer.
Like nobody came to the door.
Keep the soil on the drier side. Let it trail. Wait for
Oh,
the
you
bloom.
know.
The patience is important. Number 14.
He's not the guy responsible for this.
A tropical canopy in your living room. In the Victorian era, a parlor palm was a status symbol.
They were pretty weird. They can't do it with them. They were very weird and criminal. They can't do it with them.
Formal sitting rooms, specifically because parlors were dim, formal spaces with limited natural light. They were chosen because they worked. Chamaedorea elegans is native to the rainforest understory of Mexico and Guatemala, growing in the permanent shape of the canopy above.
I've got one succulent that's in the planter block with the jasmine.
A Victorian parlor offer indirect light, moderate humidity, and the kind of careful watering that formal household settings encourage. Today, that same
These men need to go to jail right now.
modern parlor
But right now,
office
this is why.
and rooms with limited window access. A mature
But you fixed the creepiness.
a
Yeah, it went away after.
full-height
It's there though. It worries me.
tropical presence to a space
Worries you.
without
Kind of. I'm not sure what
creating
anything
indirect
you want to do about it.
that most tropical plants require. Keep the soil evenly moist. Avoid direct sun, which will scorch the palm. Fertilize lightly during the growing season. And appreciate the fact that you're growing something with genuine history. A plant that's been bringing elegance to indoor spaces for over 150 years. Number 15, partly filled in. The reliable workforce. of
These men
indoor-
have to be. I can't believe that people would not want to take these men into custody. I'm just not sure there's anybody
It's
willing.
not flashy. It doesn't have a
Exactly.
dramatic pattern.
I'm just hoping you can hear
For the
them
sculptural
on the heavy
practice of
breathing, because they
Monstera,
can't stalk
what it
me
has
anymore.
is reliability
These freaks, the
and
stalkers have like
borders on absolute.
got into something else.
Produces heart-shaped, glossy
They've gotten
grains.
into like a police grounder that can touch you in a really bad. You realize at this point that the inaudible noise is completely the inaudible noise is actually like a sex act.
Research on heart
Maybe. Yeah, like maybe it was supposed to be a sex act.
This plant has one of the widest light tolerance windows of any commonly grown tropical houseplant. Take a cutting with a few leaves and a node, place it in soil or water. Within a week, you'll see roots forming, and within a month, you'll have a growing plant. Keep it in any room with some ambient light. Water when the top inch of soil is dry. That's genuinely all it asks. What you get back is continuous, lush, cascading growth, vines that trail down shelves, climb up poles.
Because those pieces kind of fit. Yeah, that's definitely there. That's definitely real.
And that keeps getting.
I'm afraid that the,
Number 16.
I don't know if I'm afraid it's just there or I'm afraid it's pretty evil. It's very evil. That the
Makes them feel almost generous. They produce baby
the
plants that dangle on long stems like ornaments.
because the inaudible noise they stalk
As
on,
a new plant.
I wonder what that's about, like where it came from. Did it come from like, it's very, very dangerous and bad. Did it come from like,
And those long stems of plants, they give the plant its
did these guys make it? I mean, did it,
an impressive range of
what happened when the last guy that did
performing
it use
bright,
it?
indirect light.
Did they figure it out themselves, like how to talk
Without direction.
without sound?
Honest truth about spider plants and light. They
Because
don't
that's pretty
need
creepy. They talk without sound. You think it's funny? It's dorky. Oh, I'm dorky on TV. Oh well. They the inaudible noise talking is pretty bad. I'm just wondering if you realize with the sex app, whatever they're doing as far as the assault thing, you realize that it's a like you realize the assault tool is a sexual abuse device. Yeah, very much so. At least in the like, what on earth? You need to figure out. You just need to get the tech they're on. It's very important. It should be interesting if you're law enforcement. Like what now? Someone I know higher up told people not that they couldn't investigate. So they, I guess people didn't, but it's really not good. Right? The evidence is very obviously falsified, and because it's obviously falsified, someone should have, and I reported it just fine. Someone should have wanted to go and check.
A quality that makes them especially valuable in the indoor spaces.
And then no, the requirement by law is to go check. Because I reported it to so many people. I do actually like just to regroup, tell them that it's the enemy. Well, it's everybody else on. I plan to I'm gonna call people that they emails.
And watch the leaves stand back up.
But I mean I know anyway. Oh, every single person I've called has a copy of it. I've done that before. They everybody says jurisdiction. It's really strange.
The gold standard of low light survival.
It's creepy. You'd think like it's very obviously falsified evidence. Someone should really want to like check on it. They should want to, and then they should be required by law to check on it. I reported there was a crime. I was kidnapped, and when I was kidnapped, I wasn't shown any evidence in my case, and then they sent me this evidence. And my parents and I reported it constantly, and I told everybody, and so did my parents and everyone else. And
deep shade, fluorescent lighting, occasional neglect, temperature fluctuations, low humidity.
And so
and keeps producing
somebody needed to interact with the case because they just wouldn't stop doing it to us. They were like just mugging us and kidnapping us.
Depending on the variety.
There's a police report. We filed it, of course. My parents and I were in close contact throughout. Like I was at the extended stay hotel. My dad was paying for it. I was paying for it. The other half of it out of money. I was paying for it also out of the money I had. So we were in close contact. They were on the phone like in 2013 when you kidnapped. They kidnapped me the second time. So they've gotten it all throughout. Everybody's gotten it. It's unbelievable that no one was required by law to go check. Yeah, it is extremely corrupt, or that anybody wouldn't just go check or want to, or I mean, and they're encouraged enough to check when people report crime, so that like it's not like, I mean, are they going to lose their jobs if they go check? I would just check because I was nosy. And I know I'm busy, but we're busy. It wouldn't be that hard to check if the evidence is falsified. There's no such thing as jurisdiction. It's actually a kidnapping. You're just kind of supposed to like, you're supposed to sit there and like, you're just supposed to be able to like gesture to the person at Walmart and say,
At the core of what makes us human. This is where inner strength goes best.
But as far as I know, not if it's someone in the state kidnapping you. That could be. It is actually difficult to gesture out. But I mean, sometimes. I mean, if they do anything this extreme, you just
She's seen it all.
call the cops, the police to arrest them. There's no such thing as this.
And the patients who need a little
They must have done
extra time
something.
understand their stress. Even serious stuff. When the people you love beat on.
I weirdly enough did just get kidnapped by a heavy breathing breather. Or on the emails, of course. And a stalker and a kidnapper and RIPES,
Number
sex
19.
offender.
Snake plant. The almost literally
Well,
indestructible.
unfortunately, when you're in the room with it does actually.
There was a plant
We
on
heard
this
tell
list
about it
called
eventually.
Indestructible for a reason.
And then it actually does stuff.
We
We have almost like
now
no
classified as
no
Dracaena
rape and
trichatiana, has been
We're
documented
not
as
supposed to.
surviving in conditions that seem like they should be lethal to any living thing. Extended darkness, complete drought,
I mean, I hope not, but,
extreme temperature,
like,
low humidity, poor
I'm not
soil,
sure. Maybe
inconsistent care. This
Gary would
plant
have been maybe a
endures
little bit
all
more. Because it's a
and then
whole
sits
town.
there looking perfect. The leaves are architectural.
Acquaintance rape could have happened.
They
Yeah,
look
but like stranger mother.
almost swirl in their clean geometric form. They don't droop.
I'm not sure. I
They
don't
don't
necessarily.
They
But
don't
the
They stand up in the corner of a room like a piece of sculpture.
there's
and
like
they
no
ask for
crime in
almost
Cary.
nothing. The low
Compared
light
to
tolerance is
There's
genuine
no crime in Cary.
and genuinely
There's crime
exceptional.
occasionally.
Snake
But
plants
this is
can grow
ridiculous.
in deep shade, not just low light, but conditions that come close to actual darkness. They slow their growth rate significantly,
Everybody knows what I'm saying
but they survive.
because I can.
They adapt. Research on sensitive the area has shown that their CAM photosynthesis system, the same system that allows.
I never should have.
and
I
water,
never should have had those
is part of
organs.
what makes them so
You can just call
extraordinarily
anyone and the
across
police
multiple
stop the
stress
criminal.
conditions simultaneously.
So if you just keep
Water
calling,
runs every 2
any
milliliters.
problems with the
Depending
fact that
on
the
season
criminal
and conditions,
is employed
let the soil dry
in public
completely
sector,
in water.
in the legal
Avoid
system,
overwater.
or in law
That's
enforcement,
the only real mistake.
some kind of
Put it to
something
the
that could
darkest
be an
corner of your
authority
house.
figure.
Walk away. Come back. It will be fine. Number 20.
We don't really have. We don't need authority
The
figures.
legend that thrives.
We
where
don't
nothing
really need a
else
lot of
works.
personality.
And here
Like
we
the
are
state is the
at number
authority figure
20. The one
for,
I saved
but
from
not
because it
the law is the
represents the hard
authority
edge
figure,
of what's
not
possible.
breaking the
The
law.
plant that doesn't just tolerate low light. It seems
There's too many
almost
weird people.
perfectly
People are
adapted
too weird.
to the kind of lighting
Like
conditions
there are
that
too many.
most homes
There is too many
have.
things, and there's
And
lots of
most
people that
plants
are actually very dangerous. You can't have other people like telling
The
you.
ZZ plant
You
produces tall
can't have
stems
other people
covered
telling you
with
to like do
long,
stuff as
deep green leaves
um
that look almost lacquer. The plant is striking.
because they'll tell you to
Not dramatic,
give them their wallet and get one call or something.
but with a quiet,
And try to get your liver.
that makes it
No
like
idea.
belong in the
Money
design.
for money.
It grows in conditions that will defeat almost every other plant on this list. The secret
Great
is
view.
its remarkable anatomy. ZZ plants grow from rhizomes.
Sexually abusive.
Tomato-like underground stems that store water and nutrients. Those rhizomes mean the plant can survive extended periods of drought and darkness without visible damage. The thick, waxy coating on each leaf minimizes water loss. The entire plant is engineered for survival. In practice, this means you can put a ZZ plant in the darkest interior room of your home, a hallway with no windows, an interior bathroom, a room where you've given up on plants entirely, and it will grow, slowly, yes, but steadily. New stems will emerge, new leaves will unfurl. The plant will maintain its
Well, the evidence is falsified. As long as my evidence is falsified,
appearance at all should be impossible.
I'm
Water once a month.
I mean, that's just all that's.
Give it essentially nothing and receive back a plant that looks
The evidence is falsified.
and beautiful. It's like-
I can't. I need this crime not going on. I'm like I need to not be being kidnapped and stalked.
Or
You know?
did bathroom.
I don't know why are these men stalking me right now. You need to catch the men stalking me
Rather
right
than a
now.
place where plants
It's
go
really
dead
really bad.
and smash that like button. It really helps this video reach other people who've been told they can't grow plants
There,
because their
um,
home doesn't get enough sun. Drop a comment below.
It's
and tell me
absolutely
which
horrifying.
plant
You have no
you're most
idea.
excited to try.
I actually was kidnapped by the heavy breather phone call
Team Indestructible
email
Survivor.
guy
I read
and
every
the
comment,
falsified evidence
and I
guy.
genuinely
These guys
love hearing from you.
quite obviously that is just the crime that occurred. A crazy man kidnapped me. They do stuff in relation to heavy breathing phone calls. They're very explicit and they're not good. That is not a good character. That's a dangerous person for you. No, it's a dangerous person. They do dangerous things, I suppose. No, the sweary, heavy breather does dangerous stuff. He's not very. How are they here? Extreme swearing, schizophrenic, heavy breather. No, they're quite dangerous. They can't ask people out on a date. You would say no. Well, ask someone else out. That's actually true, really. Yeah. Okay, I enjoy doing this. Yeah, no, you don't. I mean, no. Yikes. God. Mr. Security Janitor guy. Okay. Calling people on the phone and saying like really dirty stuff. Ew. They shouldn't be doing that. But that isn't good, really. Yeah, no, it's not like it doesn't have a chance with people, so it does that rather than. I think it's just bored. It doesn't have a chance with you. You could ask a lady one of those out, whoever he is. Be fine there. Maybe not that guy, really, because he does that because he's that bad.
No starting over.
What is it even? Well, yeah, like it's about interest, but he knows he doesn't. I mean, it's creepy, very creepy.
There's stuff in the plan.
That's fun, even. It is creepy to call people.
But there's a different way to think about
Really, maybe is he excited about getting in? Maybe he could get in trouble.
And today, I'm going to show you exactly.
The security guard's in trouble when we had to, and maintenance guy. You're not enough, apparently. Yeah, for some reason. Even though they would technically get in a lot of trouble, and they just said something like really embarrassing, something that that pretty much is just like the worst social thing you could do. It's like makes it creepy, really. Yeah, it makes it really creepy. It's a schizophrenia or something like a trait. But very obviously, I didn't know this. That's a male heavy breathing. That's actually like a good point. Or heavy breathing stalking is actually a problem. So it's very obviously those are heavy breathing emails. It's like a heavy breathing phone call.
Depending on quality and origin.
I'm not a heavy breather. Not that a heavy breather phone call person. Definitely not that heavy breather phone call person. And then I'm actually not the heavy breather phone call person, which is why I don't seem like the heavy breather phone call person. Well, it said you are there. Yeah, but I'm not. And I already explained that to that thing.
Every major food brand, every premium bakery.
The fact that I couldn't go to my police department and report this was
The
really
global
bad.
supply is chronically short because most commercial vanilla comes from Madagascar, where weather and political instability.
When I needed to. The same thing happened here, thanks to you, apparently. Well, then they're aware of it. Oh, this is what it is. Can you hear him? He has an inaudible noise up and a sex offender device on.
That doesn't ask much except for one, humidity, and something to climb. In tropical climates or a well-managed greenhouse, this plant becomes one of the most valuable things you can grow per square foot, period. The reason more people don't grow vanilla commercially isn't because it's hard. It's because it's
Sorry, we've been doing this for a month. I was distracted by the vanilla flower.
because most people quit before the harvest starts. Plant 2, saffron. Now let's talk about the crop.
It smells like vanilla. Did he say it smells like vanilla?
Saffron, genuine saffron, the dry stigma of the crocus sapphire.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
Sells
at.
for $1,000.
Of course it smells like
$5,000 per pound. Let that number land for a second.
that saffron flowers. That's interesting.
This is the most expensive agricultural product on earth by weight.
I've seen this, but I bet it wasn't actually saffron.
But here's what makes saffron genuinely infinite income. The bulbs multiply. Every single year, each crocus form divides and produces multiple daughters. You plant 100 bulbs. Next year, you have 200. The year after, 400. You never buy bulbs again. Your crop grows itself. The harvest window is narrow. Just a few weeks in March.
Oh, it's an incredibly strange situation. I would think like my phone line and my emails are blocked or something. But instead, actually, the opposite is true. The opposite's true. Maybe that's true. I'm not sure.
And pharmaceutical companies all make saffron. Most of it is imported from the US. Domestic producers who can guarantee freshness and quality command serious premium.
It's really creepy. Every time I've called about it,
But delicate crops that require hand
every single time I'm calling for these email lists over and over again, and it's actually relatively easy to do. It's kind
that's your
and so I
goji berries. Goji berries are what happens.
I've got every time I've called back, I call and everyone's got.
And the result is a perennial cash machine. Dried goji berries.
It's very strange that no everyone on the email list has a copy, and if you get out of office notices and the links work just fine. I just called and I was being told
Is a woody shrub that once established produces abundantly for years with minimal input.
Apparently, they call the Wake County Courthouse and he says time and jurisdiction and stuff like that.
Year after year, as they get larger and more productive.
And then these guys do this.
Market has embraced goji completely. They're in smoothie.
What about these guys doing this? And then like the fact that this directly connects to the original kidnapping and it's been a kidnapping and stalking and it's an actual crime.
Which gives them cultural
They never really stopped.
marketing can't manufacture. That legitimacy.
And then all the things they did, like with knowing
Here's the business
criminal,
opportunity that most people.
who is it?
Local, fresh, goji berries are virtually
And then with like
impossible.
criminal
Everything
aggravated
is
and heinous
imported and drugged.
behaviors, and maybe you just kind of shout. No, it was always just about the gooch or something. Okay. And my schizophrenia.
Goji plants got overlooked in Western agriculture.
And we're retarded inbreds from the Ozarks. I mean, I have no idea. And wrong turds gonna murder you or something. Okay. Well, if you do that all throughout, like as you're doing things with the courts, where do these guys that are stalking tie in to the rest of it? To me, I'm actually, you're just sort of the powerless guy that this stuff happens to. Very much so. I mean, I can't believe you're getting away with actually doing things to me.
At specialty bottom. But it needs almost no water. In a world where water costs are rising and drought threatens conventional agriculture, dragon fruit is practically plant-proof, and the longevity is the real story. A healthy dragon fruit plant produces abundance for 20 to 30 years. Once your trellis system
It's of concern that nobody bothered to check to see if the evidence was falsified. But we don't have a functioning legal system. It's extremely corrupt. It couldn't be more corrupt. What the hell is it even? It's so weird. I mean, there must be, what on earth would possess you to kidnap me? Because it went on for months. It went on from like the beginning of October to for no reason. And I went through the email list and he got angry and retaliated. Someone did. And
fresh local dragon fruit commands significant price advantage over imported products. Plant it once, harvest it for 30 years. That's the dragon fruit.
well, you said it.
Plant 5, cocoa. Let's talk about the plant behind the most beloved food product in the world.
I was just checking it out.
Motivate yourself to change the
I was interested in the vanilla plant. I suppose the
that when fermented and dried become one of the world's most sought after agricultural
the
fine flavored cacao from small
it went on for months. It went on from like the beginning of October until they finally took me back to extradited me back to Arkansas. So I was going through the email list over and over again, and they showed up at the door because I'd gone through the email list. So I mean, it's pretty much unbelievable that they said no one called, and then my phone line is cut badly enough that I don't get any emails back or anything else about it. But every time I'll go through, I'll call 25 people, and every single one of them has an illegal, which is fun.
Add one more step and make your own chocolate.
It's been kind of like hectic with these guys doing this, which is pretty awful.
With 10 times the margin. The craft chocolate.
Because it's actual crime, and I don't, I'm not supposed to or legally required to deal with actual crime. The police and the professionals are supposed to deal with it. I'm not supposed to have men stalking me. I can interact with the case any way I want to, within reason. You can interact with the case any way you want to. This guy's like, I don't know. There's a creepy man listening, I can tell. Yeah, he just like, he got the like body grounder on. I think so. He was saying for the crotching. Oh yeah, he turned it on. Okay. So anyway, they think it's funny. No, but okay. So really, that's what that's about. I'm not supposed to deal with. You're not supposed to deal with crime as an ordinary person. Yourself, the professionals are supposed to deal with it. And if anybody's actually breaking the law, much less in a felony manner, there's have to be stopped. It's the law. There's no. So you feel you're being felony, and I can do anything with the evidence in my case. That's not illegal. Have we ever heard anything different out of legal understanding of the American legal system? Understanding of the American legal system.
Mature poles sell for $2 to $150.
And then, of course, the evidence is falsified, and it's actually a kidnapping and a crime, and quite obviously, so you're actually breaking the law for anytime you'd go outside of the norm. Is correct also. Except there shouldn't be a norm, but anytime you would go outside of the norm, I suppose like if someone told you not to leave it alone, what rank of police officer are you? Or what rank of court employee are you? If you are or law enforcement are you? Or someone employed by the court, like a judge. If someone told you to leave it alone, or it very much could have been any judge in Lake County enough. You can't. Well, it just went on for so long again too. I mean, it's not like this was, and then to sit there and say that nobody called all throughout, and then to continue to cut the phone line, and then to continue to stalk like this, you have to be arrested. And I mean, this is a stalking. It's so incredibly criminally offending. It's not even funny. It's horrific. It is. It's absolutely evil. But the problem is that too that there must have been 50,000 people calling a lot. At least. I was waiting to see if anything would come out of trash compactor wars. It's our actual government. But no, it's just these guys. It was the same guys. Well, they were so extremely bad. Maybe. Who the hell does that? I mean, that's psychotic. It's absolutely psychotic. It's psychotic to cut the phone line with these men. Do you also realize that it's like extremely serious crime to cut the phone line with these men? And then, of course, you can do anything you want with your case within reason. It's your case. Maybe you shouldn't. Have we ever heard? I mean, that we've heard that we've heard that maybe you shouldn't. That's when you're accused of a crime. You're accused of a crime. I mean, I have like the easiest case in the world is the problem, except for what the other guy did. But the other guy just is so over the top in what he does that he should have been arrested like a million years ago. Like, so long ago that it's not even. He should have been arrested right away. There was enough indications that it was a kidnapping right away, and the guy was googly and psychotic. So, but the man has done. Well, apparently they're not allowed to investigate it. The men involved in my crime need to be arrested and go to prison for being too criminal. Like there's no such thing as like running in to strong arm me after. Like if you did anything out of the ordinary then whatsoever or interacted with the person in the crime because the person's crime is falsified evidence, which you understand, and then of a violent, handicapped, and sexual nature by a male, which you also understand. Certainly don't do stuff for, and then just considering you have like 50,000 people on the phone explaining it to you, you don't do what the person that's the violent sex offender wants you to do. Okay, or you don't offend with him. Like as you're thinking in your head, this evidence is falsified. I'm gonna go like beat up the other guy for the guy who falsified this evidence. He told me to. It's his jurisdiction. I feel strongly about that. Yeah, but I mean, there's not like false positives after the first interaction at all. I mean, this is an interaction with 50,000 people constantly on the phone. There's nothing else in the case other than I got kidnapped by the person that falsified this evidence here, and the stalkers, because the stalkers are so weird, and it's the same people. So it's pretty. And the problem is there's an actual case and an actual crime too. You're not allowed to let people commit crime. They would get very angry. He dared to do that. He said no, and you can't come into the police station to report crime. The problem is you can't say no to that if there's actual crime. And depending on how bad you mess that up, then you're in trouble for it or offended with it. The ruling would have to be is that you can't do that because it's crime. It doesn't apply there also because it's an unusual case of a sex offender doing whatever this is. Incomplete schizophrenic obligate. This evidence here, which also could be confusing, but I mean, if you're a detective, you should be able, because it's actually the case that evidence is falsified, which would be, being an actual, like, how much of a detective? You make calling shots? Yeah.
You have to investigate crime. Oh, you just very, very obviously, really, yeah, there's all this already. Well, that's the problem with the whole thing. And then the fact that and I mean, I was very appropriate. I'm not appropriate now anymore. It's impossible to be. You could try harder. A man falsified my evidence, and that's the evidence he falsified. He didn't believe that. The problem is it's the case. If it wasn't the case, you can't do that. That's like saying anything that criminally goes wrong, it doesn't matter at all. Or not goes wrong. Anything criminal that happens, it doesn't matter at all. And there's no legal, there's no book of laws or anything whatsoever. We live in an absolutely retarded vacuum. I don't want to do that today. I was allowed to make calls like that where then I went and really intimidated, harassed, assaulted, harmed, offended against, kidnapped also, sexually abused, domestically abused, robbed, lied.
The 2-year plan for a slot guarantee, plus equipment included. Switch today.
You don't go back and have interactions with the person reporting this. That would be, it would be the last thing. You wouldn't go in and intimidate and harass a victim and a witness that's reporting. And I couldn't be more of a victim, and these men have committed incredibly horrendous crime against me. All the men involved in this, the professionals need to have them arrested. They literally did that, though. Well, maybe somebody killed them, and these are the Nazis or something.
Industrial agriculture, somewhat at that, which is protected for small growth.
The problem is that it's actually happening.
And the market's appetite for fresh.
Has been for years. We're not going to get, this is actually the legal system. What, schizophrenic retards get out and commit horrible crimes?
Expand automatically. That's raspberry. Plant 11.
I never stop. This is like your whole life.
No, you do not talk to me, Mr. Slitherbutt, on that one. Really, sorry. Let somebody else in the room. You should get on with your life. No, I don't want to get on with my life. And you can't arrest me for it. You're getting arrested because you're a Class A felon. Why? Like all the time. Like 24/7, you are a Class A felon all the time. Always in progress.
And here's the extraordinary part. The more established the bed.
You did something absolutely bizarre. What is going on with our court? I'll do that too, like figure out, that's something else I can work on. Well, I can call and then just figure out what it is. Let's figure out what this was and that was it. 1 mile right here.
One of the first fresh vegetables of spring, arriving when people are desperate for fresh, local produce after a long winter. That timing gives growers pricing power that midsummer crops simply don't have. Restaurant buyers love asparagus. Chefs pay for consistent, thick, local steers with the kind of snap and flavor that grocery store asparagus never had after shipping costs. Building even 1 or 2 restaurant relationships can absorb your entire harvest at premium prices. Most growers skip asparagus because of the patience required. That patience is exactly what protects your investment once you've made it. Nobody is going to outcompete a 15-year-old asparagus. Plant 12, lavender. Lavender is one of the most complete business plants on this entire list. And the reason is simple. It generates multiple income streams from a single crop and does it for 10 to 20 years from one plant. Dried lavender bundles sell at farmers markets for $8 to $15 each. Lavender essential oil commands $30 to $100 per ounce from small batch distillers. Lavender infused products, soaps, lotions, sachets, culinary lavender for baking. Access the booming wellness and natural personal care markets. And agritourism is the wild card. Lavender farms become destinations. People drive hours to walk through lavender fields, photograph and spend money at the farm stand. The plant itself.
It's scary. You gotta be kidding me. Who thinks that's a thing? Did anybody, I would never have thought any of this stuff is a thing.
The wellness market is
Out of the courts and law enforcement in the modern world. In modern times, no.
So like maybe in the civil rights era, or in the South.
Lavender farms direct consumer sales, agritourism, and value-added products routinely generate 6 figures.
You need to get over the fact that the guy falsified this evidence. You need to address the fact the evidence is falsified. It's like a psychosis. It's technically a psychosis, and I think it's retarded and big and busy. I'm not sure. Everyone involved in my case, what the hell are they doing? Why won't anyone address the fact the evidence is falsified? It's not a closed case. There's no such thing as that because it's a criminal case. It's an unusual case. You need to check anywhere else things are falling apart completely and something is in there.
Table olives at specialty markets command $8 to $15 per pound. And once your trees are established.
You had to arrest the man that falsified the evidence and prosecute him right away and investigate because it was a harrowing kidnapping. I'm just sort of the guy all this stuff happens to.
The domestic olive oil market is almost entirely untapped. Over 99%.
Yeah, it seemed like he was doing it to other people. Also,
Overwhelmingly.
it did at Butner also. Yeah, he was stealing cars and randomly kidnapping people. I don't think. Yeah, the one guy was that poor guy. No, that's really all she did.
But growing regions in Texas,
Probably.
Arizona, and the Southeast.
They have olive trees here. I see them all the time.
Climate suitability is expanding. Here's the mindset shift. You don't evaluate olive trees on a single season return. You evaluate them on a 50-year return. Framed that way, every acre of olives you plant is one of the highest value long-term decisions you can make with agricultural land. Plant 14, strawberries. Strawberries are nature's most aggressive replant factory, and almost nobody is taking full advantage of it. Every strawberry plant sends out runners, long horizontal stems that touch the ground, root themselves, and become new plants. A single strawberry plant becomes 5. Those 5 become 25. Managed properly, Your strawberry patch expands year after year, covering more ground, producing more fruit, without you spending a cent on new plants. Fresh strawberries sell for $4 to $8 per pound.
Well, the conversation is about the phone line being cut, like it's boggling. And I mean, it's actually happening, it's horrifying. It was unbelievable what they did to me in 2021. You're like, that's why it's very serious crime, and then it's very serious crime to do whatever they're doing right now.
Somebody needs to actually arrest these men.
And you can harvest strawberries for months instead of June bearing, ever.
Who are you even talking to now? The perps on an audible noise that are unbelievably horrifying. And whoever's on the other side of the cut phone line, which when I went through these email lists in the last year, no, everybody's had it, you always do this. Yeah, they land in front of, it's not usually like the aliens have landed, they're in front of everybody. What I documented there. There's a heavy breather and a stalker though that is really scary, that mirrors my internet account, and my phone line is cut, and I keep telling people to check. But
And they've been generating wealth for farmers across every culture on earth for centuries, for good reason. A mature apple tree produces for 50 years. A mango tree can go a century. Citrus, 30 to 50 years of productive life. These are not annual crops. They are permanent agricultural.
I don't get any calls.
That appreciates in productivity as they age.
But when I call people about it,
fresh fruit for direct sale or wholesale.
it's no one's like department or jurisdiction.
Seedlings and grafted trees for sale to other growers. A nursery business that operates alongside your orchard at almost zero additional cost. And as your trees mature and your skills deepen, you become a source of expertise and propagation material that newer growers will pay for. Mangoes in warm climates fetch $2 to $5 per fruit at retail. Specialty citrus.
Computer. Well, that's why I'm not, that, there's lots of people watching. Oh.
Heritage apple varieties unavailable in grocery stores.
I'm thinking, I'm considering powdering my nose in this. Sorry, I'm not sure why.
For something they simply cannot get right. The principle at work here is
Well, I steam mopping the
trees that
floor.
produce more every year as they grow, on land that becomes more valuable as the orchard matures, serving markets where local and unique command perpetual premium. That's not farming, that's wealth building.
A Boston University nursing degree is a win for you and for you commission.
It's scary.
Boston
That's a crime. Yeah, and it's a crime to cut the phone line, that badly, and everything else. No, it's not interesting at all. It's like schizophrenic perverts of death. It's way too serious. They just won't stop. Who would cut the whole, who would cut the phone line? You can do such a thing? It was just heavy breathing and internet mirroring. They were on my Time Warner account.
It's not a grocery store, it's Sprouts.
You can't just sell in one place at once anymore. You gotta sell it all.
Everybody knows that's what's going on. You can tell by looking at it.
Check out.
Is it ever going to end? I mean, it's unbelievable. They kept me for a year in 2021. I'm not sure.
So if your business is in it to win it, play with Shopify.
Plant 16, rosemary. Rosemary is the workhorse of the perennial herb, and it's seriously underestimated as a cash crop. This woody shrub lives 10 to 15 years, grows larger and more productive every season, and generates demand from two.
This one also grows well around here, rosemary. You walk by and there's like a whole bush of it. I grew a really big rosemary in my backyard in McGregor.
One plant, 2 markets. Dried rosemary sells for $8 to $20 per pound wholesale.
It was originally one of those nice like rosemary trees from Lowe's
$50 per ounce.
that they have at Christmas. They're like rosemary Christmas trees.
And specialty food buyers can command
We planted it in the yard and it got so big.
with almost no profit.
It's funny here,
The freight
rosemary, they grow rosemary as an ornamental bush or hedge. And when you walk by, it smells like they've been like cooking potatoes at a restaurant.
Rosemary is also
Makes me think of working like at the art museum, at the restaurant, or catering or something. Rosemary, roasted potatoes, makes me think of working at a restaurant.
The visual appeal adds unexpected value. Rosemary and bloom, covered in blue.
But I think it's just rosemary. It grew really well in our garden.
Or farmer's market. Beauty sells, even in the herb world. Plant rosemary.
Maybe like a tree
harvested for over a decade. From the
in the house in McGregor, the
That's
house.
the quiet economics of a crop most people walk right past. Plant 17, time. Time proves that the most.
These guys really kidnapped me, and then,
are
you know, you did not help me. Really, yeah, you were just there and you did all this stuff. It was unbelievable what my local police department did. Yeah, it was like the most illegal thing a local police department could do. Like, yeah, the whole thing is unbelievable. It's horrible. It's so scary.
It dies back and returns reliably.
I think I saw that too.
Either way, you're harvesting from the same plant years.
The people in LA knew.
Without replanting.
They might have, but there's really
It's
the
normal and stable.
movies are made,
Herb in French,
rock
Mediterranean,
videos.
Middle Eastern, and Latin cuisine.
This is corn is in the trash compactor. They do look a little different, I think, on their interviews, but I don't know about this.
Time has well documented antimicrobial properties and is used in herbal
It's not of them. You,
and natural cleaning products.
you're screaming about those like,
Industrial demand from the
I don't know
pharmaceutical,
what all that was.
and personal care industry.
Hey man, talking about like kidnapping people and murdering them.
Dry time becomes.
And he's a home invader. He's gonna kidnap people, and then he's gonna keep,
The beauty of time
have like a man in the high castle. Some kind of just screaming schizophrenic something. Why are you acting out?
Always ready.
And then you always actually kidnapping families, and you're gonna go to their house, and then it's like really violent, and somebody sent you like pornography videos, and then you're gonna narrate it to people, and you're actually gonna go talk to kids and talk to me about it, and then because you can get on someone else's Alexa also, and then that kind of stuff. You're gonna sexually assault them, and then you say the M word. You say MESTERBATE. You do a lot, and then you say I don't know.
Pizza chain, Mediterranean and Middle Eastern food,
And
spice blend manufacturers. The culinary demand is both broad and consistent, which makes this one of the lowest risk specialties.
I don't know. You can't be in the house. You're a dirty, disgusting, like schizophrenic monster. I need to call them.
And the premium in certified organic.
There's no such thing as I hope not. I hope not. And those are all the guys you're on with, like every single person that wants to rape people and murder them. Then it was like this narration of like what happened to these people. They got stuff in the walls. Yeah, it was like the Medium thing with like, the Mexican kid and the fat white boy that like gang raped somebody to death. And there was a dead lady's body and there's a child's body in the wall. Yeah. Oh. And then there was stuff about, oh, we don't need, no. It's unbelievable. Everything I said.
Plant 19.
No, that's not what I heard.
Most reliable, cut and terminated crop from the herb.
These guys really need to stop smoking. Like there are these really rough men in like a jail or something smoking. I cannot imagine why. They're really, really psychotic though. Whoever it is, he's actually really flipping psychotic. Like, I mean, really psychotic. Like the most psychotic I've ever. It's like, it's like prisoners in the men's side of the jail. Like psychotic, like. But they had to keep, it's like a supermax word on the men's side. Like most people, multiple people who goes. They're pretty schizophrenic. Yeah, like, I mean, really. What the hell is it? Maybe give my link out to people that are schizophrenic or something, and he's actually schizophrenic. that are retarded and insane. Maybe he's trying to say I'm actually like a total schizophrenic crackhead or something. That's absolutely evil. Maybe there are guys that kill you. No. Why would you do that? First guy's like Albert Fish. It's Albert Fish. It says, what the hell is it even? It's so scary. That they're actual men. What the hell is it? They all won't give up the like, they still want to play with themselves, they want to sexually assault children and not willing to give that up and like man in the high castle. So, yeah, because they're gonna sexually assault you or something. I don't even know. The guy like is like acting this out, just screaming. A criminal that's going to jail because it's a complete schizophrenia.
It is nearly impossible to kill, and those properties that make it a hard to mold make it an absolute income for growers who channel it correctly. Specialty fresh mint, peppermint, spearmint, chocolate mint, apple mint sells for $3 to $6 per bunch at farmers market. Dried mint for tea commands $10 to $20 per pound. Peppermint essential oil is one of the best-selling essential oils in the world. Used in personal care, pharmaceuticals, food flavoring, and aromatherapy. The tea market is the consistent foundation. Mint tea is the most consumed herbal tea globally, with demand that shows no signs of growth. The harvest cycle is what makes mint genuinely empty. Cut it to the ground, and it springs back within weeks. You can take 4 to 6 cuts per season from the same plants. The rhizome network keeps expanding underground, increasing your productive area automatically. Contained in raised beds or with root barriers, it generates maximum income without the invasion risk. The wellness market amplifies this growth. Mint is used in digestive support products, cold and respiratory remedies, natural cleaning products, and beauty formulations. The buyer is enormous. Spanning food service, supplement companies, cosmetics manufacturers, and direct to consumer. If you're looking for the plant that most perfectly demonstrates continuous, self-expanding, infinite income, mint is it. The challenge isn't getting it to grow. The challenge is harvesting everything it produces. If you've made it this far, here's what you now understand that most people growing food for a living don't. The most profitable agricultural model isn't the one that produces the most in a single season. It's the one that keeps producing year after year, decade after decade, with compounding returns, expanding productive area, and permanent market demand. Plant once, harvest forever. These 20 plants aren't just crops. They're infrastructure. They're systems. They're income streams that grow on you soon, multiply while you're doing something else, and build equity in the ground the way real estate builds equity in the building. You don't need hundreds of acres to make this work. Many of the most profitable operations are running on just a few acres or even 1,000 square feet because the value per plant is so dramatically higher than anything commodity agriculture offers. What you need is the willingness to think in years instead of seasons, to plant for the long game while others are chasing short-term yield, to choose permanence over convenience. That's the mindset. And now, you have the plans to go with it. If this opens your eyes to what's possible with land and plants and patience, smash that like button and drop a comment below. Tell me which plant you're putting on the ground first. Are you going for the exotic income of saffron and vanilla, the passive taproot money of maple and olives, or the relentless spreading power of mint and raspberries? I want to know. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, do it now. Every week we're covering the opportunities in agriculture and homestead that most people completely miss. Because the best opportunities are always the ones hiding in plain sight. Real wealth doesn't come from following the crowd. It comes from planting what others walk right past. See you next week.
Superior flavor doesn't just happen, it's crafted. It's why we venture to the furthest parts of the planet to bring exceptional taste to your table. The all-new McCormick Gourmet Collection.
They also like, I'm Tardius Woodhull, and this is how I glow with clean. I work hard, like Red Bull battles hard, but beneath moisture surge works even harder. It's 3 seconds with serious hydration. This glow, it's unstoppable.
At Musi, the beauty destination.
I told you that some of the most productive food plants on Plants small enough to grow in a pot on your porch. Plants that serious homesteaders and food gardeners have known about for generations. Plants that will absolutely vary the fruit trees in yield per square foot, per dollar spent, per hour of work invested. Most people spend years nurturing a fruit tree, waiting for it to mature, baking it through disease and pests, and they never stop to look down at the low-growing, compact, explosive producers right at their feet. Today, I'm going to show you 20 of them. And these aren't just impressive in theory. These are plants with documented defects. Plants that professional market gardeners and serious homesteaders quietly rely on while everyone else is planting orchards. Stick around because number 13
This place isn't bad. I bet we can get $175,000.
single plant in one season. And number 20 is so dense and so relentless that market gardeners can harvest it every single week, almost indefinitely, from a space
How
small.
much it's worth.
Make sure you hit that subscribe button because we post new videos every week about growing more food in less space, spending less money, and building genuine food security. Let's get into it. Here are 20 tiny plants that produce more food than fruit trees, ranked from impressive to absolutely jaw-dropping. Number 1, strawberry, the plant that multiplies itself. Let's start with strawberry, because no plant on this list makes a stronger first impression when you understand what it's actually doing. A single strawberry plant produces around 3 pounds of fruit per season. That's not the impressive part. The impressive part is what it does after that. Strawberries send out runners. Long
It's okay.
horizontal stems
It's
that
worth
root
that
themselves in the
much for
soil
what it is.
and become entirely new plants, automatic, without you doing it. 1 plant becomes 5, 5 become 25, 25 become 100. A strawberry patch doesn't just produce fruit, it produces fruit, and more producers simultaneously. Compare that to a fruit tree. You plant a fruit tree and you wait 3 years, 5 years, sometimes longer before meaningful harvest. Meanwhile, your strawberries are fruiting within months of planting and quietly building an army of new plants while they do it. The variety you choose matters. June-bearing varieties give you one enormous flush of fruit in early summer, which is great for preserving. Ever-bearing varieties produce smaller flushes throughout the season, which is better for steady table. Strawberries got overlooked as serious food producers because they're so familiar. We think of them as a nice garden tree, not a food security plant. But when you run the numbers, 3 pounds per plant, automatic propagation, fruit in the first year, strawberries aren't a garden decoration. They're one of the most efficient food machines in the plant kingdom. Think of them as a plant that pays you back and then sends its children to pay you back again. Number 2, raspberry, the vertical yield machine. Here's a plant that figured out something most gardeners have. Grow up, not out. Raspberries produce their fruit on tall vertical canes, which means you can pack them into tight rows, train them on trellises, and extract enormous yields from narrow strips of ground. A well-established raspberry patch yields heavily for years, with very little input once it's settled in. The biology is elegant. Raspberries produce 2 types of cane, primocanes that grow in year 1, and floricans that fruit in year 2. If you understand this cycle, you can manage your patch for continuous production, cutting out spent canes after harvest, while next year's canes are already growing behind them. Summer-bearing and fall-bearing varieties give you flexibility. Some gardeners grow both to extend the harvest window from midsummer all the way to fall. What makes raspberries special compared to fruit trees isn't just yield, it's the speed of establishment. Plant bare leaf canes in spring, and you can be harvesting meaningful quantities within 18 months. No fruit tree on earth comes close to that timeline. Raspberries got underestimated because the canes are thorny, and the management looks complicated at first. But once you understand the 2-year cane cycle, management is simple. It's the plant that rewards the people who took 10 minutes to understand how it thinks. Number 3, blackberries, the unstoppable producer. If raspberries are the polished, well-behaved members of the cane fruit family, blackberries are the ones who show up and take over the neighborhood. Blackberries are almost aggressively productive. 2 to 3 pounds per plant annually is a conservative estimate. In good conditions with established plants, you can do significantly better. They root wherever their cane tips touch the ground. They grow in poor soil. They don't demand constant attention. And they fruit heavily, even in partial shade, where most food plants struggle. Modern thornless varieties have removed the main objections most people have to growing. Varieties like Triple Crown and Chestnut produce enormous sweet berries on canes that won't shred your arm. Here's what makes blackberries a genuine food security. They ask almost nothing from you and give back results. No spraying, no complicated pruning schedules, no expensive inputs. Plant them. Give them something to lean on and get out of their way. Blackberries are avoided in green buckets because wild blackberries are weak, and people associate the plant with that invasive vegetation. But managed thornless varieties that contain root systems are a completely different proposition. They're the plant that got unfairly judged for its wild cousin behavior. Number 4, blueberries. The patient zero. Blueberries require the most patience of anything on this list. But what you get when that patience pays off is extraordinary. A mature blueberry bush, and we're talking 5 to 7 years to real maturity, can produce 10 to 20 pounds of fruit per year, per bush, from a shrub that might be 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Run that math against an apple tree that might produce 40 to 60 pounds, but requires a 10-foot canopy radius, and blueberries start looking extremely efficient per square foot. The catch is the soil. Blueberries need acidic conditions, pH 4.5 to 5.5, that most garden soils don't naturally provide. You either amend your soil with sulfur over time, or grow them in raised beds or containers with an acidic mix of peat and perlite. This is where most people give up on blueberries, but the ones who solve the soil problem are rewarded for decades. Plant at least 2 varieties for cross-pollination. Early, mid, and late varieties extend your harvest window across 6 to 8 weeks in the summer. Blueberries got skipped by many gardeners because the establishment phase is slow and the soil requirements feel fussy. But the gardeners who understood they were planting a 20-year investment, not a quick crop, built blueberry patches that now feed their families every summer, almost on autopilot. They're the plant that teaches you the difference between patience and wasted time. Number 5, currants, the forgotten superfood hedge. Now, we're getting into plants most American gardeners have almost completely forgotten, and that's a genuine tragedy. Currants, both red and black, are among the most productive small fruit shrubs in existence. They fruit heavily within a few years of planting. They tolerate partial shade better than almost any other fruiting plant. They're disease resistant. They require almost no maintenance, and they can be planted as a dense, productive hedge that simultaneously produces food and provides structure in your garden. Black currants in particular are nutritional powerhouses. The vitamin C content is extraordinarily high, significantly higher than oranges, and the flavor is intense, complex, and unlike anything you'll find in the grocery store. A single established currant bush can produce 4 to 10 pounds of fruit annually from a footprint smaller than most patio chairs. Currants got legally banned in many American states in the early 1900s because they were thought to spread a disease affecting white pine trees. Most of those bans have since been lifted, but the cultural memory of currants as a food plant essentially vanished from American gardening. An entire generation grew up without knowing this extraordinary plant existed. It's the fruit that Prohibition stole from American gardens, and most people don't even know to be angry about it. Number 6, gooseberries. High density, high reward. Gooseberries are currants' equally forgotten cousins, and they deserve exactly the same rehabilitation. Compact gooseberry bushes pack an astonishing amount of fruit onto their branches. The berries hang in clusters along every stem, and at peak production, the whole bush looks like it's been decorated for some kind of harvest festival. A well-grown gooseberry bush produces 5 to 10 pounds annually. The flavor of a perfectly ripe gooseberry, warm from the sun, soft, bursting with a balance of sweet and tart, is something most people in this country have simply never experienced. European gardeners have always known what they have. American gardeners largely forgotten. Gooseberries tolerate heavy clay soil and partial shade better than most fruiting plants. They're cold-hardy. They're not particularly prone to pests. They produce reliably year after year with minimal intervention. The thing that drove gooseberries out of American consciousness was the same white pine blister rust panic that hit currants, combined with a post-war shift towards supermarket culture, where the only fruits worth growing were the ones that could be commercially packed and shipped. Gooseberries don't travel well. They're a garden fruit, meant to be eaten where they're grown. That's not a weakness. That's an invitation. They're the fruit that supermarkets couldn't figure out how to exploit, so they just pretended it didn't exist. Number 7, honeyberries. Hascat, the first fruit of spring. Honeyberries solve a problem you might not have realized was a problem. What do you harvest when everything else is still weeks away? Hascat berries ripen before strawberries, before cherries, sometimes before any other fresh fruit in the garden. If you've ever stood in your garden in late May, hungry for something fresh and homegrown, honeyberries are the answer. The bushes are cold-hardy to a degree that's almost difficult to believe. Some varieties tolerate temperatures well below -40 degrees. They thrive in climates where other berries struggle. The fruit itself is oblong, deep blue purple, with a flavor that tastes like a cross between blueberry and raspberry, with a hint of something almost floral. Plant 2 or more varieties for cross-pollination, and your honeyberry bushes will reward you for decades. The shrubs are long-lived, low maintenance, and once established, reliably productive year after year. Honeyberries are essentially unknown in mainstream American gardening because they're a relatively recent introduction from breeding programs working with wild Siberian and Japanese varieties. The commercial infrastructure hasn't caught up to how good these plants actually are. Early adopters in northern climates who got in early are now sitting on some of the most productive early season small fruit plantings in their region. They're the plant that's going to be everywhere in 10 years, and you can have it now. Number 8, lingonberries, the evergreen berry. Lingonberries are tiny. The shrubs are tiny, often only 6 to 12 inches tall. The berries are tiny, but pack lingonberries together in a ground cover plant, and the production per square foot becomes remarkable. These small evergreen shrubs from Scandinavian and subarctic ecosystems produce heavy clusters of bright red berries in late summer and often again in fall. They're cold hardy to extreme temperatures. They keep their leaves through winter. They thrive in acidic soils similar to blueberries, and they spread slowly via underground runners to fill in whatever space you give them. If you've eaten Swedish meatballs with that distinctive tart red sauce at IKEA, you've tasted lingonberry. In Scandinavia, lingonberry jam is to cooking what ketchup is in America. Ubiquitous, beloved, and considered essential. But in American gardens, almost no one grows them. The flavor is sharper and more complex than cranberry, with a tartness that pairs brilliantly with savory dishes, game meats, and rich cheeses. The nutritional profile is excellent, and once established, a lingonberry ground cover essentially takes care of itself. Lingonberries got missed in American food culture simply because there was no commercial infrastructure to introduce them. They don't ship or soar like cranberries. They're a garden crop meant for the people growing them, which means the people who grow them have something genuinely special that most of their neighbors don't. They're the secret Scandinavians have been keeping for centuries, quietly growing them while we weren't paying attention. Number 9, Aronia, chokeberry, the superfood shrub. Here's a plant that the health food industry has discovered and is now charging a fortune for in powders and supplements. And it might already be growing as an ornamental in your neighborhood without anyone realizing it's edible. Aronia berries grow in massive, heavy clusters that droop the branches of the shrub under their weight at peak ripeness. The yield per plant is extraordinary. A mature Aronia shrub can produce 15 to 30 pounds of berries annually. The shrubs are native to North America, cold hardy, disease resistant, drought tolerant once established, and nearly maintenance free. The flavor is intensely astringent, eaten fresh. The chokeberry name is honest, but cooked, juiced, or dried, Aronia becomes something exceptional. The anthocyanin content is among the highest of any berry, which is why it's become a superfood supplement, darling. The people paying $30 for Aronia powder could just grow 3 bushes. Aronia grows in difficult conditions where other fruits fail. Wet soils, heavy clay, partial shade, Aronia handles all. Planted as a hedge, a windbreak, a hillside stabilizer, and harvest massive quantities of one of the most antioxidant-dense foods in the plant kingdom from a plant that's practically growing itself. Aronia got ignored as food because it was planted as an ornamental, appreciated for its brilliant red fall foliage, and no one bothered bother to tell American gardeners that the berries hanging off those gorgeous shrubs were edible and extraordinarily nutritious. It's the plant hiding in plain sight on suburban landscaping projects everywhere.
Cheerios, 8 grams of tasty protein for a day full of good.
Okay, Martine, time to do it. How much do you think premium reduction may save you?
I don't know, how much?
Do you want to ask the trusted expert?
Customers find an average of $6,000 in tax savings.
When you're 100% confident in your books, you got 100% focus on how to your business.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
Who's the fellow hands?
I mean, they have from Littleton.
Why? There's so many smart influencers who need advice.
You need an LLC.
A C Corp. LegalZoom helps you find the best way to start your business.
Really? For legal hands for your business, visit LegalZoom.
Since Parnell got here, us cleaners have a lot more free time.
I've started the scrap collection.
I'm becoming shower tiles. 6, 7.
I got SCOPA certified.
That brings all clean. Anything else I can do?
You've done enough.
1 bottle, all clean.
Number 10, sea buckthorn, compact varieties. The orange gold. We talked about sea buckthorn in a different context before, as a medicinal plant, but as a food producer, compact sea buckthorn varieties are something extraordinary. The berries grow so densely packed along the stems that harvesting them is like stripping bees off a string. The yield per shrub in a good fruiting year is remarkable. The branches literally bend under the weight. The berries are intensely tart, extremely rich in vitamins and omega fatty acids, and absolutely brilliant orange. The juice is used across Russia and Central Asia as a daily health tonic. The oil is used in high-end skincare. The berries can be juiced, made into syrups, added to smoothies, or processed into preserves. 1 tablespoon of sea buckthorn juice contains more vitamin C than multiple oranges. Compact varieties suited to garden planting are now available and much more manageable than the large sprawling shrubs of wild plants. Planting male and female for pollination. 1 male can pollinate several females. And you'll be harvesting extraordinary quantities of one of the most nutritionally dense foods available from a relatively compact plant. Sea buckthorn got missed in American food culture for the same reason it got missed in medicine. It grows wild in harsh, remote climates, and the commercial infrastructure to make it accessible simply didn't exist until recently. The people who figured this out early are quietly processing buckets of orange gold every fall from plants most of their neighbors walk past without a second glance. It's the plant that's been a staple in Siberia and the Himalayas for centuries, while the rest of the world sleeps. Now, if you're watching this and your mind is already going to your backyard, thinking about where you put a blueberry patch or a currant hedge or a row of raspberries, I want you to do something for me. Hit that like button right now. It tells the algorithm that this kind of content matters, and it helps this video reach the people who are trying to build real food security and grow more or less. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, click that subscribe button and ring the bell. We post every week about exactly this, growing smarter, not bigger. Okay, let's keep going, because we're about to shift from woody perennials to the annual and perennial vegetables that absolutely demolish fruit trees in productivity per square foot. Number 11, whole beans, the vertical protein factory. Here's where the list shifts into a different gear. Vegetables that produce with a relentlessness that shrubs and trees simply cannot match. Whole beans are one of the most efficient food plants in existence when you account for the full season. They grow vertically on trellises, meaning you're farming airspace that would otherwise go unused. They fix their own nitrogen from the atmosphere, meaning they feed the soil while they feed you, and critically, they produce continuously. Pick whole beans, and more beans grow. Stop picking, and production slows. The plant's biological mission is to produce seeds, and as long as you keep harvesting before the seeds mature, it keeps producing. On a trellis 6 feet tall and 8 feet wide, a row of whole beans can supply a family with fresh beans multiple times per week for 3 to 4 months. The food value is genuine. Beans provide protein, fiber, and significant nutrition in a way that most fruit doesn't. When you're thinking about plants that feed a family, not just provide treats, beans belong at the center of the conversation.
Whole beans got treated as a humble garden staple, rather than the productivity model they actually are. The gardeners who run vertical trellises of whole beans from June to October are quietly harvesting hundreds of dollars of protein from a few square feet of ground. It's the protein factory that grows straight up and never stops until the frost takes it. Number 12, peas. Heavy production. Before summer hits, peas solve a different problem than most vegetables on this list. They produce in the cool season, spring and fall, when most other food plants are either dormant or not yet producing. A trellis of peas in April and May, when nothing else is ready, is worth more to a food gardener than almost anything else. The yield per square foot is high, the harvest window is consistent, and the flavor of fresh homegrown peas, sweet, crisp, complex, is genuinely different from anything available commercially. Sugar snap peas in particular give you the whole pod, which increases yield for planting. Shelly peas give you high protein. Starchier peas, suited for cooking and storing. Snow peas give you tender pods for fresh eating and stir fries. Each type has its use. The limitation is heat. Peas stop producing and go to seed when summer arrives. But plant them as early as the ground can be worked. Trellis them vertically and harvest aggressively to extend the window. And peas will give you weeks of heavy, continuous production during the hungry gap of late spring when most food gardens are still waiting to wake up. Peas got underestimated because they're seen as a cool season crop with limited utility, but paired with fall plantings that take over when spring peas finish. They cover the seasons that other crops miss. They're the plant that starts producing while your fruit trees are still blossoming. Number 13, cherry tomatoes, the hundreds of fruits plant. And here it is, the plant I teased at the beginning, the one that produces hundreds of individual fruits from a single plant in a single season. Cherry tomatoes are, pound for pound, calorie for calorie, dollar for dollar, one of the highest yielding garden crops in existence. A single vigorous, indeterminate cherry tomato plant, properly staked, properly fed, grown in a full sun location, can produce hundreds of tomatoes over the course of the season, multiple pounds per week at peak production. Think about what that means. From one plant occupying roughly 2 square feet of ground, you can harvest fresh fruit from July until frost. The production is so relentless that most gardeners end up with more tomatoes than they know what to do with. Varieties like Sun Gold, Black Cherry, and Sweet Million are near legendary among food gardeners for a reason. Flavor that grocery store tomatoes don't approach, production that doesn't quit, and a sweetness that makes them disappear faster than you can pick them. The cultural requirements are significant. Full sun, consistent water, good fertility, but meet those requirements, and the cherry tomato plant is the closest thing to a fruit tree that grows in one season, except it produces in the first year, from seed, in 4 months. Cherry tomatoes got treated as a garden novelty when they're actually a serious food production tool. Anyone who has run a 3-plant trellis of indeterminate cherry tomatoes through a full season knows what I'm talking about. They're the hundreds of fruits machine that fits in a pot on your deck and outproduces most dwarf fruit trees in its first summer. Number 14, cucumbers, trellis, the explosive vine. Cucumbers on a trellis are a fundamentally different proposition from cucumbers sprawling on the ground. Vertical trellising solves 3 problems simultaneously. It keeps the fruit clean and straight. It maximizes air circulation to reduce disease. And it allows you to grow enormous quantities of cucumbers in a very small footprint. A single trellis of 5 or 6 cucumber plants, 6 feet tall and 6 feet wide, can produce dozens of cucumbers per week during peak season. The key is exactly what works with whole beans. Keep harvesting. The moment you let a cucumber develop to full maturity on the vine, the plant slows down. Harvest young, harvest often, and the plants keep producing with remarkable speed. A cucumber that was a small nut on Monday can be ready to pick by Thursday. Cucumbers are one of the most water-dense foods you can grow, which matters. In the heat of summer, fresh cucumbers from the garden are cooling, hydrated, and essentially free once your plants are established. Cucumbers got undervalued as a food production plant because they're seasonal and don't store well fresh. But during the height of summer, when production peaks, a trellis cucumber planting produces more food per square foot per week than almost anything else in the garden. They're the plant that makes you realize a trellis isn't a garden accessory, it's a multiplier. Number 15, Malabar spinach, the heat season leaf factory. Here's a plant most gardeners in this country have never grown, and that deserves far more attention than it gets. Malabar spinach isn't actually spinach. It's a tropical vine that produces thick, glossy, edible leaves all summer long in the heat that kills real spinach. When your spring spinach is bolting and the summer heat has taken out your lettuce, Malabar spinach is hitting its stride and climbing its trellis. The leaves are thick and slightly succulent, with a mild flavor that works fresh in salads or cooked as you would regular spinach. The vines can reach 8 to 10 feet in a season, producing dense growth absolutely covered in edible leaves. One plant, properly supported, can supply a family with fresh greens throughout the entire summer heat season. The nutritional profile is strong, high in vitamins A and C, calcium, and iron. This is genuine nutritional food production, not just volume. Malabar spinach got overlooked because it's a tropical plant that requires starting indoors in northern climates, and because most seed catalogs didn't carry it until recently. But food gardeners who discovered it realized they found the solution to the summer greens gap. That frustrating period when spring crops are gone and fall crops aren't ready. It's the plant that keeps feeding you when the summer heat has chased every other green out of the garden. Number 16, kale, the plant that never stops. Kale's reputation as a superfood trendy vegetable obscures what it actually is. One of the most productive, hardy, and long-season food plants available to the home garden. A mature kale plant, harvested properly, taking outer leaves and leaving the growing center, can produce for months. In mild climates, kale grows year-round. In colder climates, it often survives light freezes and can be harvested until hard frost takes it down in fall. Then again in early spring, when it regrows from the roots. One planting of kale occupies a small space and delivers consistent greens from early summer through winter. The nutritional density is extraordinary. Kale is genuinely one of the most nutrient-dense foods that can be grown in a temperate climate. The harvesting technique matters. Cut outer leaves only. Always leave the center growing point intact, and your kale plants will keep generating new growth continuously. Treat kale like a one-time harvest, and you miss most of what it offers. Kale got dismissed for years as livestock fodder before its nutritional reputation was rehabilitated. Then it got dismissed as an overrated trend. The truth is, somewhere simpler, kale is a remarkably productive, cold-hardy, cut-and-come-again food plant that earns its space in the garden every single season. It's the plant that refuses to quit, even when the season tells it to. Number 17, lettuce. Cut-and-come-again varieties, the fastest return. Nothing else in the garden comes close to lettuce for speed of return on investment. Loosely cut and come again varieties, not head lettuces, which are a one-and-done harvest, can be seeded and producing harvestable leaves in as little as 3 to 4 weeks. Cut the outer leaves and the plant regrows. Cut again in another week or two, and again and again. A small pot or flat of mixed cut and come again lettuce, properly managed, can supply daily fresh salad greens for weeks from a space the size of a cutting. Succession planting, sowing a new flat every 2 to 3 weeks, extends this production across the entire cool season. The economics are stark. A packet of loose leaf lettuce seed costs $2 and produces more salad greens than you could buy for $50 at the grocery store from a pot on a balcony. In 3 weeks, lettuce got treated as a simple starter vegetable for beginning gardeners, which it is, but it was undersold as a serious food production tool in the process. In urban gardens, container gardens, small space growing situations, nothing matches lettuce for the ratio of effort to yield. It's the plant that proves you don't need acreage to grow serious food.
McCormick has favored the world for 135 years. Because one bite can do this, and this, and this. McCormick, make your best.
Maverick is the smartest way to buy business insurance because you are buying from experts who do the heavy lifting for you, metaphorically speaking. Comments?
There's a lot of science that goes into making sure this helmet protects me. The same is true of the Colgate Total Active Prevention System.
It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of oral health problems.
Try the Colgate Total Active Prevention System.
Prevent problems before they start.
Number 18, beets. 2 crops from 1 plant. Here's a plant that provides a genuine 2-for-1 deal that most gardeners either don't know about or don't take full advantage of. Beets produce an edible root, sweet, earthy, nutritious, and edible greens that are some of the best cooking greens in the garden. You're not choosing between the root and the greens. You get both. Thin your beet seedlings and eat the thinnings as microgreens. Harvest outer leaves through the season as the roots develop. Pull the roots at maturity and eat those too. The roots store exceptionally well in cool conditions. A bed of beets can supply root vegetables that keep in a root cellar or refrigerator through winter, extending your homegrown food supply well past the end of the garden season. Beets also grow quickly. Many varieties produce harvestable roots in 50 to 60 days. Succession plantings in spring and again in late summer. For fall harvest, maximize the season. They tolerate light frost and actually improve in flavor after a frost hits them, converting starches to sugar. Beets got underestimated, partly because canned beets gave people the wrong impression of the flavor. Fresh roasted beets from the garden are a completely different food. Sweet, complex, nothing like their tinned counterpart. And the greens, sauteed with garlic and olive oil, are outstanding. They're the double harvest plant that rewards the gardeners who pay attention to what's actually on offer. Number 19, Swiss chard, the months-long greens. Producer Swiss chard is the backbone of the productive kitchen garden for anyone who understands what it can do. A planting of Swiss chard produces continuously from early summer through hard frost, often 3 to 5 months of steady harvesting. Like kale, the cut and come again technique works perfect. Harvest outer leaves, leave the center, and the plant keeps growing. Unlike kale, chard handles summer heat better and tends to look spectacular. The colorful stems of rainbow chard turn the productive garden into something that's also genuinely beautiful. The greens are milder than kale, more versatile, and work in everything from raw salads to sautés to soups to grain bowls. The stems themselves are edible and can be cooked separately. 1 row of Swiss chard can supply a household with greens multiple times per week for the entire summer and fall. The planting requires minimal space, minimal inputs, and almost no maintenance beyond harvesting. Chard got treated as a secondary vegetable, something you grow if you have extra space, when it should be planted as a primary, dedicated, serious crop in every food garden. The gardeners who treat it as an afterthought are leaving months of free, nutritious food on the table. They're the plant that asks so little and gives so much that it's almost embarrassing how often it gets overlooked. Number 20, green onions and chives, the harvest that never ends. And here we are at number 20, the one I saved for last, because it might be the most quietly extraordinary food plant you can grow. Chives are a perennial. You plant them once, and they come back every year, forever, requiring almost no attention whatsoever. They emerge in early spring before most other food plants have stirred, and they keep producing through the entire growing season. Cut them back to an inch above the ground, and they regrow in a week. Cut them again and again. The denser you plant them, the more you can harvest. A foot-wide clump of chives, harvested every 10 days, produces an almost continuous supply of fresh onion flavor for kitchen use all season. Green onions work similarly. Planted thickly in a container or raised bed, green onions can be harvested by cutting the tops and letting the base regrow. The same cut and come again principle that works for lettuce and chard. Or pull whole plants and replant the recovered bulbs to keep the cycle going perpetually. The flavor value of fresh chives and green onions in daily cooking is disproportionate to the space they take up. A 4-inch pot of chives on a kitchen windowsill, harvested regularly, provides weeks of fresh herb use. A dedicated 8 square foot bed of green onions, planted densely and managed for continuous harvest, can supply a family's onion needs throughout the growing season from a space smaller than most coffee tables. Chives and green onions got treated as garnish plants. Nice to have, but not serious food. That's exactly wrong. In terms of value per square inch of garden space, they beat almost everything else on this list. They're the harvest that never stops. From the plant that never needs replacing, from a space so small it barely qualifies as a garden. They're the reminder that the most productive plants aren't always the biggest ones. They're the ones that keep giving, quietly, without demanding anything in return, season after season after season. If this video changed how you see your garden, or made you realize you don't need an orchard to grow serious food, smash that like button. It really does help this channel reach the people who need this information most. Drop a comment below and tell me which plant you're adding to your garden this season. Are you going straight for the berry shrubs, building a vertical trellis system, or planting that cut and come again bed you've been putting on for years? I read every single comment and genuinely love hearing what you're growing. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, do it now. We post every week about growing more food in less space, spending less, and building the kind of food security that doesn't depend on a grocery store that's 30 miles away. The knowledge is here. The seeds are available. The only thing left is the garden.
It's kitchen day, and it makes we everything on it. We're tackling the sink. Stove, windows, and floors.
Fresh. I saw you did all that? Yes, ma'am.
Wow, everyone, hit the shower.
I clean those too. One bottle, all clean.
What if I told you that some of the most powerful weed killers you could possibly use aren't in a bottle with a skull and crossbones on them? They're not made in a chemical factory. They're plants, living, growing plants that our great-grandparents used to take back their gardens, fields, and farmland from invasive weeds without spending a single dollar on herbicides. Most people don't know this, but while we're all running to the garden center to buy expensive weed killers that poison our soil and water, there are plants out there that have been suppressing, smothering, and chemically blocking weeds for thousands of years. Plants with actual scientific evidence backing them up. And today, I'm going to show you 20 of them that will change the way you think about weed control forever. Stick around, because number 8 on this list releases one of the most powerful natural herbicides ever discovered. And farmers used it specifically to sterilize fields that were overrun with weeds. And number 20 spreads so aggressively that old-time gardeners planted it specifically in places where they wanted nothing else to grow. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, because we post new videos every week that'll save you money, protect your soil, and empower you to take control of your garden naturally. So let's get into it. Here are 20 forgotten plants that kill weeds instantly, ranked from impressive to absolutely incredible. Number 1, let's start with buckwheat. This isn't just a pancake ingredient. It's one of the fastest weed suppression plants ever used in agriculture. Phagopyrum esculentum germinates in just 3 to 5 days, which means it beats almost every weed to the punch. By the time weed seeds are thinking about sprouting, buckwheat has already claimed the territory. Here's what makes it special. Buckwheat grows so quickly and so densely that it shades the soil completely within 2 to 3 weeks. Weeds need light to germinate and grow. When buckwheat blocks that light, weed seeds stay dormant or die trying to compete. But it doesn't stop there. Buckwheat also releases a allelopathic compound, natural chemicals that actually prevent other seeds from sprouting beneath its canopy. Traditional farmers used buckwheat as a cover crop between main plantings, specifically because it cleaned up weedy fields fast. You plant buckwheat, let it grow for 6 to 8 weeks, then cut it down and till it in a weed-free bed ready for your next crop. Modern research confirms what those farmers knew. Buckwheat residue continues to suppress weed germination even after the plants are dead and decomposing. Buckwheat got forgotten as synthetic herbicides took over agriculture. Chemical companies convinced everyone that spraying was easier than planting. But for anyone who wants clean garden beds without poison, buckwheat is still the fastest, cheapest, most effective weed blocker nature offers. Think of it as hiring a fast-growing army that takes over your soil before weeds even know there's a war happening. Number 2, mustard, white and brown. Mustard isn't just a condiment plant. It's a biofumigant. Both white mustard, Sinapis alba, and brown mustard, Brassica juncea, which means it literally fumigates your soil with natural chemicals that kill weed seeds and roots were used historically by farmers who understood soil chemistry better than we did in the present. Here's how it works. When you cut or till mustard plants into the soil, especially when they're young and tender, they release compounds called glucosinolates. These break down into isothiocyanates, which are sulfur-based chemicals that act like natural fumigants. They penetrate the soil and kill weed seeds, disease organisms, and even nematodes. It's chemical warfare, except it's completely natural and breaks down safely within weeks. Traditional practice was simple. Plant mustard densely, let it grow for 4 to 6 weeks until just before flowering. Then cut it and immediately till it into the top few inches of soil. Water it in and let the fumigation happen. Within 2 to 3 weeks, the compounds break down and you've got clean soil ready for planting. Studies show significant reductions in weed pressure after mustard biofumigation, sometimes up to 80% fewer weeds. Mustard got forgotten because soil fumigation became a chemical industry process involving toxic gases and hazmat suits. But the plant-based version is safer, cheaper, and actually improves soil structure while it kills weeds. For gardeners dealing with persistent weed problems, mustard is like having a soil sterilization system that you can grow yourself. It's the plant that doesn't just compete with weeds. It eliminates them chemically before they can even start. Number 3, daikon radish, tillage radish. Daikon radish, also called tillage radish, is the underground weed plant, Raphanus sativus var. Longipennatus was used by Asian farmers for centuries and has been rediscovered by modern sustainable agriculture as one of the best cover crops for weed suppression and soil improvement combined. Here's what makes daikon special. It grows a massive taproot, sometimes up to 18 inches deep, that physically breaks up compacted soil. That root competes aggressively with weed roots underground, stealing water and nutrients that weeds need. But the real magic happens when winter comes. In cold climates, daikon naturally dies back, and as those huge roots decay, they leave channels in the soil and release compounds that suppress weed seed germination the following spring. Traditional farmers planted daikon in late summer or early fall, let it grow through autumn, and then let winter kill it. Come spring, the soil was loose, fertile, and remarkably weed-free. Modern research calls this the biodrill effect. The decaying roots create pathways for air and water while releasing glucosinolates that inhibit weed seeds. Some studies show 50 to 70% reduction in spring weed emergence after a daikon cover crop. Daikon got forgotten in Western agriculture simply because we developed mechanical tillage and chemical herbicides. Why plant a radish when you can just plow and spray? But those methods compact soil and create chemical dependence. Daikon does the opposite. It heals your soil while eliminating weeds naturally. Think of it as the underground demolition crew that clears out the competition and leaves your soil better than it found it. Number 4, clover, red and white. Clover is the living carpet that starves weeds of everything they need. Both red clover, Trifolium pratense, and white clover, Trifolium repens, have been used for centuries as living mulches that suppress weeds while simultaneously improving soil fertility. It's weed control that pays you back in nitrogen. Here's how it works. Clover spreads low and dense, forming a continuous mat that blocks sunlight from reaching the soil surface. Weed seeds need light to germinate. When clover blocks that light, weed pressure drops dramatically. But clover does something even better. As a legume, it fixes atmospheric nitrogen through root nodules, meaning it's actually fertilizing your soil while it suppresses weeds. When you eventually cut it back or till it in, you're adding both organic matter and nitrogen. Traditional orchardists and berry farmers planted clover between rows, specifically to suppress weeds while feeding their crops. The practice was so common that old agricultural men assumed you'd use clover as standard weed management. You'd mow it occasionally to keep it low, and it would just keep growing back, year after year, blocking weeds and feeding it. Studies show clover living can reduce weed by 60 to 90% compared to bare soil. Clover got forgotten when synthetic nitrogen fertilizer and herbicides made it seem unnecessary. Why can't you can just spray and fertilize? But those inputs cost money and damage soil biology. Clover does both For anyone wanting permanent weed suppression in pastures, orchards, or perennial bed, clover is still the champion. It's the ground cover that works for you 24/7, asking for nothing and giving you everything. Number 5, comfrey is the plant that creates its own darkness. Symphytum officinale produces leaves so large and so dense that once it's established, almost nothing can grow beneath it. Medieval gardeners and farmers understood this and used comfrey strategically in places where they wanted permanent weed suppression. Here's what makes comfrey unstoppable. The leaves can grow up to 3 feet long and nearly a foot wide. They overlap each other, creating a complete light barrier that blocks 95% or more of sunlight from reaching the soil. Weeds simply cannot photosynthesize in that kind of shape. They germinate, stretch desperately for light they'll never reach, die. Meanwhile, comfrey's deep taproot, which can extend 10 feet down, pulls nutrients from deep in the subsoil that shallow-rooted weeds can't access. Traditional use was brilliant. Plant comfrey around the edges of gardens, along fence lines, or in problem areas where weeds are persistent. Let it establish for 1 season, and then just harvest the leaves periodically for mulch or compost. The plant regrows vigorously, and the weed suppression continues indefinitely. Some old homesteads have comfrey patches that are 50 or 100 years old, still blocking weeds, still producing biomass. Comfrey got forgotten, partly because it's so permanent and vigorous that people worry about its spread. And it's true. Once established, comfrey is difficult to remove. But for weed suppression in permanent locations, that's exactly what you want. Something that will dominate the space forever without any help from it. It's the plant that takes over so completely that weeds don't even try it. Think of it as the bouncer that never leaves the door. Number 6, sweet potato vine. Sweet potato vine is the southern secret to weed-free ground. Euphorbia batata was used historically throughout the American South as an aggressive ground cover that eliminated bare soils completely. Those dense, fast-spreading vines don't just compete with weeds, they smother them into submission. Here's how it works. Sweet potato vines grow with remarkable speed during warm weather, sending out runners that can extend several feet in just weeks. The heart-shaped leaves overlap densely, creating a continuous canopy that blocks light. Once the vines cover an area, weed seeds underneath simply cannot germinate. Even perennial weeds struggle to push through the thick mass of stems and foliage. Traditional southern farmers would plant sweet potatoes for food, but use the vines strategically around the main garden.
Why aren't these guys getting arrested? The point of this is to catch the very real men stalking me and have them arrested before it gets dark. It's 5 o'clock and it'll be 8 o'clock. It's been there's a man like in someone's house. Well, what's that in law enforcement? Like somebody calls 911 and there's a man in our house in Cary.
In areas with short summers, it doesn't
He's
spread
pretty much like in the house with that
but in
thing.
warm climates, it's still one of the
You need to send someone to arrest him. You needed to arrest him like a very long time ago, whoever this guy is. This man needs to be arrested right now is the only point of this.
It's the weed
Obviously.
that literally covers all of it.
Obviously.
Number 7, winter rot.
I'm not sure it's been going on forever because this man, I think that's the problem. In their story, that's the problem. I'm not sure that's the problem. There can't possibly be a problem this way. There's a criminal that's insane that has to be arrested.
Specifically to clean up weed fields. Here's what makes rye so powerful. As it grows,
There's a real man doing the things I've described that's a schizophrenic man on drugs, and he has to be arrested right now. Really, like, I mean, it is an extreme criminal. Why am I being sought by with his tool or something? There's a schizophrenic, like, serial killer hobo stalking me on drugs.
We're talking about a natural
I
herb
think they're mad.
that keeps working long after the plant is gone. Traditional practice was to plant winter rye in late fall. Let it grow through winter.
You know, I'll say, because
Then cut it down.
they've completely lost their minds and they barely notice, really. It's absolutely horrible.
Either way,
It's
spring
unbelievable.
wheat would be dramatically suppressed.
And they're
Studies show
incredibly
rye cover
evil.
crop can reduce weed
It's like,
by 70 to 90%. with
They are
effects
really
in
cool.
midsummer, particularly effective against small-seeded weeds like lamb's quarter, pigweed.
They're completely insane.
These are why I got
What on earth is this,
at
like,
no-till farming.
there's a guy stalking me,
Standard practice. But those approaches create herbicide resistant weeds.
and I went through all the email lists on the Dropbox site, and when I call, then people have it and they have the link.
For anyone wanting to-
But there's a man that stalks me that was all of a sudden like the smart TV or my cell phone would like at 4 a.m. just be like possessed or be possessed. I'm not sure. Get the device they're on. It's actually really evil. Yeah, I mean, come on. And then for some reason these guys are. What it is it's like cost account mirroring. I don't know what would be. It's and enabling like. It's just creepy. You should know. I should know, but it's creepy. They use like inaudible noise to like talk, and it's actually kind of technically it's really creepy. Yeah, but it's true. When there's kind of just no it not being true, you can hear them in the house. Could just be a walkie-talkie. We don't have to overthink tech, right? And just an over. I have no idea what that guy's brain is doing.
Plant sorghum Sudan grass, dense and
No, we don't have to.
Let it grow for 60.
How precisely do cell phones work? It's just there, so therefore it actually is. And it's definitely you probably just don't walkie-talkie of some sort. Where is the flippin' thing you're tracking right now? He's on police tech that they use to catch impoverished criminals. That for some reason he's hooked up inaudible noise to it too. Okay.
And cheap. Why check the cover crop when you can just spray? But herbicide-resistant weeds have changed that calculation.
You need to stop doing that now.
Are rediscovering.
Play with myself. Okay.
Ferrolion works in
I spoke to you or something.
For anyone.
Okay. Well, that's what I was reporting.
For other persistent weeds, sorghum Sudan grass is biological warfare that is completely natural and breaks down safely. It's the plant that doesn't ask weeds to leave. It chemically evicts them. Number 9, hairy vetch. Hairy vetch is the aggressive ground cover that smothers weeds while simultaneously enriching your soil. Vicia villosa was used by generations of farmers to reset exhausted, weedy land. Plant it, let it grow, and watch it take over.
Hello there. Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy Science Channel.
I went to the Star Nursery and took a picture
We are
across the
stepping into
street.
the long and winding story of herbalism, a world shaped by leaves and roots and generations of curious minds. Long before laboratories, people carefully listened to plants and noticed subtle patterns in nature. They learned which scents lingered in memory, which flavors stirred the body, and which preparations changed how we feel. Herbalism sits at the meeting place of science.
Took some
and
pictures
nature,
for my
where
next channel.
careful observations reveal hidden
Wish I had some
secrets
money,
of
but
reality.
there's no need to buy plants. They have great plants.
Wisdom
I don't need to
does
go.
not rush. It reaches. It compares.
They have the oleanders
It
for like
answers how a
$20,
single plant
but I mean, it's a big healthy
can
plant. It doesn't really.
digestion, sleep, or
And then they have lots of stuff on
It wonders
sale.
how traditions formed across distant cultures without ever meeting.
They have good house plants. They got like a
Explores how
whole
modern
house.
research now circles
That-
back to
that's
ideas
amazing.
that once lived only in gardens.
I'm just gonna
orchards,
drive my
and
stuff.
forests. If you enjoy these gentle
I'm definitely
journeys,
moving because
I
my
invite
parents
you to
want me to
subscribe.
move to Florida because it's safer. That makes
It
sense.
helps others find their way here too, one sleepy soul at a time. But for now, there's nothing you need
It's
to
more
do
manageable.
but relax. Allow your body to soften and your mind to unwind. And join me on this curious journey into the natural world. Let's begin. Herbalism is older than writing. It began with careful observation. Picture a world with no books, no clinics, and no shared language beyond gesture. People still have fever, wounds.
I'm trying to get these guys to stop stalking me.
The first herbalists were not magicians. They were
That's not
watchers.
that bad. But it's not like permanent, I don't think.
When crushed into a paste.
I wasn't that worried about
They
it.
learned which berries brought sickness.
I would have to get a job.
Brought steady sleep. They watched animals too, because a limping deer that chewed one plant and
These guys have to stop stalking.
was offering a clue. Over many seasons, families carried the
It's more stable. There's like next to the turnpike and everything.
The
Yeah.
knowledge was practical and hard won. It was also surprisingly precise, because survival rewards accuracy. Herbalism began as a slow conversation with the living world, and that conversation still echoes in every cup, poultice, and garden bed. Many modern medicines
Well, that's why
started
my
as
parents are
practices
happy that
developed by herbalists.
they have
When
one.
scientists search for new drugs, they often begin with a simple question: what is already known for people in the real world? Herbal traditions can act like a map drawn over centuries, pointing toward plants that reliably do something noticeable in the body. From there, researchers isolate compounds, test them, and learn how they behave in cells and organs. Sometimes a single molecule becomes a medicine. Sometimes several related compounds inspire an entire class of treatments. Even the methods of pharmacy still resemble old apothecary practice, with extraction, concentration, and careful dosing. What changes is the precision and the intensity. The wonder is that a remedy once brewed in a clay pot can become the starting point for a tablet in a hospital. It is a reminder that nature has been running its own chemistry lab for a very long time.
I don't see any reason to like. I'll look at real estate villages. I do all the time. The beach, Daytona Beach looks nice too. Be fun to live at Daytona Beach. It's reasonably safe there. I think just go with those condos, and there's a bunch of them. Be glad to be packing up and driving. In the hopes of getting away from this. This is like unbelievable. It's like being stalked by John Wayne Gacy, and it can touch you. It is in fact like being stalked by John Wayne Gacy, and it can touch you. No, it is. You have no. It is the most crime anybody ever committed, and the other guy lived.
Might also affect digestion. This is not because plants were designed for humans. It is because our biology overlaps with the biology of the creatures plants have battled for ages. Herbalism is, in a way, the art of respectfully borrowing a plant's survival strategy. Done wisely, it can be helpful. Done carelessly, it can bite back. The same herb can act differently depending on dose, form, and preparation. It is easy to imagine a herb as one simple thing, like a single flavor. In reality, each plant is a library of compounds, and different preparations open different chapters. A quick tea may draw out lighter, water-friendly molecules.
Well, there's corruption. I caught it.
An alcohol tincture can extract compounds that
I'm
water.
getting murdered by it. What the hell is it? I'm going to Florida. That makes me happy. When I think about like that area in Florida, it's like, oh, there's probably nice people around. Grandma's house is my happy place. But there's that fun. It's nice there. It was safe. It really wasn't like a bad neighborhood at all. As far as living and driving, easy. Last time we went to the villages also.
Food, protection, and medicine, and its sharp aroma hints at the chemistry inside. When crushed, it forms reactive sulfur compounds and can make life harder for some microbes. That does not make it a miracle cure, but it does show why so many cultures turn to it during sickness. Willow has a different kind of legacy. People noticed that willow preparations eased aches and fevers, especially in cold, damp seasons when joints felt heavy. simple observation, repeated across generations, eventually helped guide the idea that plant compounds could be refined into predictable pain. The larger story is not that herbs replace modern medicine. It is that careful noticing can light the first spark. Then science turns that spark into a steady flame, with testing, dosing, and safer forms. Global traditions formed independently of every inhabited continent on Earth. This is one of the most striking parts of herbalism. Human communities separated by oceans still build healing systems from the plants around them. In the Amazon, knowledge grew.
I need these men in custody right now. Whoever these guys are need to be taken into custody right now.
People learn to value resinous shards and tough roots that store moisture and protected compounds. On islands, coastal plants and seedlings became part of daily care. In cold climates, bark, berries, and evergreen leaves took center stage. The details differ if the pattern repeats. People observe, share, refine, and pass on what seemed to help. That repeated attention tells you something important. Herbalism is not a single tradition. It is a human response to living world full of organisms and chemistry. Every recently, we began learning the local language of leaves. Some herbs change how the liver processes medicines, which can alter safety. The leaf is a master filter. It breaks down many substances so they can leave the body safely. It does this with enzyme systems that speed up or slow down depending on what you consume. Certain herbs can nudge those systems. That can matter because the same prescription dose can behave like a stronger dose or a weaker one, depending on how quickly it is processed. In one, the drug may eliminate symptoms expected. In the other,
I'm going to turn it off for a little bit.
this is why responsible herbalism is